All right. Well, it looks like we are live now. Sorry about the delay there. Just had a bit of a crash-a-rooney, and we'll be loading up all the screens to go very quickly with our show as usual. Thanks for joining us, Doooovid. I will hand it over to you for the introductions, and I'll have you on the screen in just a moment.
Okay, yeah, great. Good to be back. I actually had a little snafu on my stream this week also, where just using StreamYards, it was supposed to be ready, but then it wasn't. So I couldn't tell if I was streaming or not. And it turned out I was, but it took like a full 2 minutes till I was able to verify that I was live. So I'll share that in a second, my stream this week. So if you have my screen share working, I'll go straight into my
It's
links.
not working right now. I just have to make sure I've got the stream live here and everything. It's your screen share is not working at this very moment. So just give me a second to get it going, and shouldn't be too long. Just want to make sure that everything is actually running here. So here we go. And you are ready to share. Go ahead.
Okay, so Doooovid took Jennifer's Musser rebuke, or whatever you call it, and wrote my first essay. So maybe we'll look at that. The Hero's Journey in Music and Chanting, just about the general overview. So I'll save that. Hopefully we'll look at that more later. We'll see here on Facebook. Nobody opened your newsletter. Nobody checked the link yet. So I was thinking how I was going to share it. So Twitter has an essay service called Review. So I did it on Review. So as of now, this was a few days ago. So if someone read it, great. Maybe we'll talk about it. Few links. Here's a new page on cognitive neuroscience. I found only 130 subs. Looked like they had a whole bunch of tens of hours of videos. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. So I finished another channel like that I shared. Here's MIT Center for Brains, Minds, and Machines. It had been a while since they had shared a video. So there's a new video on fly neurons and how flies compute the visual motion. Very interesting. Sam Harris was on the Glenn Show, and it was an interesting conversation, talking a lot about racism, affirmative action, Charles Murray. So, I guess Glenn Lowry, the black conservative and, defender of certain more controversial opinions like anti-affirmative action or race and crime and intelligence statistics. So here's Sam Harris on his channel talking about that. Did you have a chance to watch that?
It was very smarmy and condescending for my tastes. I've heard some of what he's had to say, and it really didn't seem like it was going in a new direction for Harris.
Yeah, I mean, it was both of them, have said what they had to say, so they just talk to each other. I guess new audience, so not necessarily anything new, just new audience. The Glenn Show, but people check that out if they want, or if anyone watched that and wants to talk about it. I listened to this documentary this week. I think it's from 2015. Misery Loves Comedy, and are all comedians miserable? Kenneth Pollock sits down with some of the most successful comics working today, including Tom Hanks, Jimmy Fallon, Amy Schumer, and Judd Apatow, to learn about what drives comedians to be funny. So, talked about the degeneracy of humor, and there's quite a bit of evidence that comedians are actually quite unhappy people, and so you could hear some of the most famous comedians themselves talking about their psychological issues. related to my essay.
Oh, I have some good news. Elliot's going to come on. He was on Luke's before.
Okay, Elliot's been regular on Luke. So related to my essay, the hero's journey in music. So I brought up the full Joseph Campbell 17-stage hero's journey in Wikipedia. Maybe look at that a little bit more in depth. And the Oswald said he reached out to John David Ebert, who gave me his email. So maybe I'll email John David Ebert and see if he wants to talk again on my channel. I'm not sure if you remember him. He was on with Brundle on my channel, Hyper Modernity, and he was the one who you had the thoughts on reincarnation, interesting bio, but he's got reasonably popular videos, and he had actually worked writing for the Joseph Campbell Foundation and puts out popular videos on somewhat like esoteric topics. So I'm probably going to reach out to him. Maybe if I could arrange that, have him on next week. So this week I had Defense Politics Asia, got a good few hundred views, over 100 view hours on my channel. Hadn't had a popular stream in a while, and I've been sharing these videos that he's been doing on his YouTube channel. I share it again. So we had an interesting conversation. He was from Singapore and talked about Ukraine war and how he gets his information and GIS, Geographic Information Systems. So if anyone saw that, we could talk about that, but we probably won't talk about the war much tonight, but it was more informative, like how do you get your news, how do you get your information, and so Wyatt here from Singapore was using some pretty ingenious methods to report on the news, so I was happy he came on my channel. Maybe I'll do a chant tonight. I was thinking, the hero's journey, and this famous Whitney Houston song, "The Greatest Love of All." Interesting song. You're related to, African American, kind of, that shifted from degeneracy, but you would occasionally have some main school positive message music, like rhythm and blues, mostly from African Americans. So like the same time that music starting to degenerate, and certainly rap culture, you have a few largely positivistic spirit songs that are almost kind of like church music, but nothing specifically religious or spiritual in it. I mentioned last week, I Appetite for Destruction and Guns N' Roses. So the same year, 1987, was was Starship's "Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now," which was in this movie Mannequin. Have you seen this movie Mannequin? Kind of like a degenerate movie.
I don't think so. Doesn't ring any bells, no.
Yeah, I mean, this guy like works in a department store, makes mannequins, and this mannequin comes to life, and he falls in love with a mannequin. And I guess it was a pretty popular movie. Not super popular. The song was actually more popular than the movie. Although the movie had Kim Cattrall, that later is one of the stars in Sex and the City. So here she's plays a model. But this song by Starship, "Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now." You know this song?
Yes.
So interesting that Grace Slick was the lead singer for Jefferson Airplane and has an extremely distinctive voice. I'm not sure if you know the song "White Rabbit." God forbid Whitney Houston passed away and married Bobby Brown and had suffered with drug addiction. So Jefferson Airplane was one of the famous performances at Woodstock, the concert, and they played the famous song "Want Somebody to Love." Don't you want somebody to love? And this other song, White Rabbit, that ends with the feed your head. It's I think it play on like Alice in Wonderland,
Oh yeah,
but
that was off the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas movie, right?
it might have been. I mean, it's a song from the '60s. It's been in a lot of movies. One of a very famous song, White Rabbit, and she has a very distinctive voice. And Jefferson's Airplane, they were psychedelic music, and they end up switching. The band reforms and moves on, and the original members formed this band called Hot Tuna, and then she moves on with some of the original band members in called Jefferson Starship, and then um, Jefferson Starship they get sued and can't use the name anymore, and just go with the name Starship. And the only person from the original band is this woman, Grace Slick, with this very distinctive voice. And it kind of turns into like pop glam rock at the same time, where like to like heavy metal, pop music. Classic rock is basically the end of classic rock, and she keeps on with this like glam rock. And ironically, they have two of their most popular songs in. I apologize, cough for a second.
Oh, that's no problem. So yeah, I'm trying it now without a headset and just with like audio shaping or whatever. I don't know what's going on, but I listened to my audio from last show and it was just terrible. So how is it now?
Pardon me. It's fine. There just been that scratching noise last week. That if whatever was causing it, you eliminated it. Great.
It was my headphones, the cable of my headphones hitting against the table because I'm getting so excited, presumably by my wonderful arguments.
Yeah, could be. Like move. So Starship, ironically, has two of their most popular songs in the '80s. They're kind of like these glam rock songs. One of them, "We Built This City," like we built this city, we built this city on rock and roll. And this song, "Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now." And this woman has one of the most distinctive voices in rock. I think she's actually still alive, and she retired after this. She was already in her mid 40s. Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Uh, and we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. Nothing's gonna stop us. And it wasn't even written by them. So it was a pretty good lyrical song that follows the pattern that I was going to mention when we look at my essay. So I was thinking that one of the more popular songs from the '80s, and kind of like a popularization of classic rock in general music form, that was quite popular, but is like bubblegum rock, and the end of an era. And I'm actually going to look at another song, uh, "Born to Be Wild" by Steppenwolf. But let me share the rest of these links. So I changed my mind. I think I am going to pay and go to the conference. And so here's the 150-page uh, schedule of the Science of Consciousness conference. A lot of programs. So maybe we'll look at this more. So we'll put the link into the chat. And I think I am going to pay for it and go. And then you can see here, it looks like cost $300 for a remote ticket. And
Don't
yeah,
you
I'm
get a
too
bonus
old.
ticket or something? And so I get to come as your attaché?
Yeah, so like $300 is like a little expensive. I'm gonna pay like $300, another $300 for Jennifer. But it looks like it said if you $300, you get one link, one also invite for a colleague. So if we'll talk about it, but I think I'm probably am going to get a ticket, and if Jennifer wants to attend, and then we could be in the chat and maybe even do a few streams. And like last time, it got Zoom bombed, and they closed the chat. But I'm assuming that they're not going to close the chat. Like I'm going to pay $300, and then they're going to close the chat. Like especially when they post the videos later. Uh, but so I changed my mind, going against my principles of being cheap, and I probably am going to buy tickets. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. I actually have some slides to look at if you want to get more academic.
Do I want to
So,
look at highly technical slides? I wonder. Yes.
so let me do this chant real quick, because I had my essay on the hero's journey, and I mentioned kind of the structure of music and the format and how most songs take this ABC structure of like the three part of the hero's journey of theme introduction, uh, dissonance, and then resolution in the chorus. So, Born to Be Wild, extremely famous song. It was in the movie 1969 Easy Rider. And I'm not sure if the guy's still around. Like, I saw this band touring into like the 80s and 90s, John Kay and Steppenwolf. And yeah, he's still alive. So, born in 1944, almost 80 years old, and he might still be touring. So, some people call this like the first heavy metal song, and it's got a basic build up. I'm not sure. Does it sound familiar at all to you? Steppenwolf, Born to Be Wild.
Oh yeah, that's like, I mean, everyone's heard that song. I think that's
Yeah, I mean, it's a very popular song. It's been
there, yeah.
remade. You could see here on the Wikipedia page that it's been re-released under other people. So it has this basic three-part structure, uh, for classic song composition, and this is already in the late '60s, where you're looking at the movement of the degeneration, and but still like semi-wholesome and clean. And you're looking like '60s and like motorcycle hippies. Get your motor running, head out on the highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Yeah, darling, gonna make it happen. Take the world in a love embrace. Fire all your guns at once and explode into space. I lit smoke and lightning, heavy metal thunder, racing with the wind and the feeling that I'm under. Yeah, darling, gonna make it happen. Take the world in a love embrace. Fire all your guns at once and explode into space. Like a true nature's child, we were born to be wild. We can climb so high, and I never wanna die. Born to be wild. Born to be wild. So I always like that song. Very popular song. Um, Basic, straight song structure of like the hero's journey. So looking at here's Jennifer. I had to look on this Mormon page to get a good wheel. The three-part separation, initiation, and return. And so for a song, you have like theme introduction, initiation, which would be like dissonance creation, return is the resolution in chorus. So like in Born to Be Wild, you have the introductory verse, and then the initiation, like the repeat of of take the world in a love embrace, and then like a true nature's child, born to be wild, and the return. And so the hero's journey, the monomyth, I'm not sure. Like the 17 step has a lot of things that aren't necessarily so monomorph. The 3-part structure, uh, so hopefully I'll be able to talk to John David Ebert about this. Maybe he knows quite a bit about this. So I was just using the general Joseph Campbell structure. So did you take a look at my essay?
Yeah, it was great start. I don't know if it's fully an essay because it's not quite structured, but it's very for just being basically a list, it's amazingly structured, which is sort of why I wanted you to go in this direction. And don't misunderstand me, this is great, but I would say it's a start, and I would want to eventually see you make a persuasive case for whatever you can manage to articulate for memory techniques / this multiple truth hypothesis thing, which may forever elude formal conceptualization. I think we can at least make incursions into representation of your memory technique. So that's the direction, hopefully.
Yeah, so maybe this week I'll try to write something on the multiple truth hypothesis. But I wrote the first essay just on the hero's journey in music and kind of the structural understanding of how music fits into the hero's journey without analyzing any songs. So maybe I'll try to move on and actually analyze a few songs. But next week I'll try to write an essay on the multiple truth hypothesis. So hopefully you're ruining
I
it
don't
there.
think that's going to work, but I want you to try so that you know why it's not going to work directly.
Well, yeah, I mean, if no one even reads what I wrote, but yeah, maybe I'll just do it for my own exercise, my own intellectual and so
Well, we both know that's not true because at least I read it and other people will read it, and there you go. Someone went to my
Paul here
site
in the
and
chat.
clicked on links, I'm pretty sure, as a
Yeah, like
gotcha to
Paul,
you 100
I
times
actually
yesterday.
sent an essay that I myself wrote, and yeah, I share these links publicly. Like I'm not like Paul like texting me just like these dumb news stories or something like I don't need like you just like half Galician or something like just like message after message of like, oh, did you see this news story? And it doesn't really interest me. If there's like an essay you yourself wrote or something like that, or if like you have a show, you're just going over clips. But like, no, I don't need like personal messages of like news stories.
Yeah, to think that that's funny and somehow inconsistent is to sort of completely miss the point of what Doooovid is saying here, Paul.
Okay, so here I was talking last week. Jennifer mentioned something about um, I haven't forgot what you mind mind independence or something like that. And so I was telling her linguistics is prescriptive, not descriptive. And so let me just read a little bit so we could understand this a little bit better, like kind of basic linguistics. And usually it's just about grammar, but you could look in it general. Prescriptive grammar describes when people focus on talking about how language should or ought to be used. One way to remember this association is to think of going to a doctor's office when a doctor gives you a prescription for medication. It often includes directions about how you should take your medication as well as what you should not do when taking your medication. And similarly, prescriptive grammar tells you how you should speak and what type of language to avoid. This is commonly found in English classes as well as other language classes where the aim is to teach people how to use language in a particular proper or correct way. Descriptive grammar, on the other hand, focuses on describing the language as it is used, not saying how it should be used. For example, think about a prescriptive rule like don't split infinitives. A descriptive grammarian would see a sentence like to boldly go where no man has gone before and would try to describe how the mental grammar can cause that ordering of words rather than saying that the surface form is faulty due to prescriptive rules. Linguistics takes this approach to language. A key contrast is to be found between these two approaches. A descriptive grammarian would say that a sentence is grammatical if a native speaker of the language would produce that sentence in speaking. The descriptive grammarian would then try to describe how that sentence is produced through theorizing about the mental processes that lead up to the surface form. A prescriptive grammarian, on the other hand, would say that something is grammatical only if the surface form conforms to a set of rules that the grammarian believes should be followed in order for a certain grammar style is achieved. So just a quick definition. Here you can see Wikipedia has linguistic prescription. Rules may address linguistic aspects, spelling, pronunciation, vocabulary, syntax, and semantics, sometimes informed as linguistics purism. And linguistics prescription is categorized as the final stage in language standardization process. It is cultural dependent and politically motivated. It could be called social progress, included in the civilian cultivation of a culture. And based on authority, regulation, and there actually are some countries that officially have bodies of regulation, and you could see more about that. And so there you have prescriptive, and as opposed to descriptive. And let me just read a little bit more on this because it's pretty important. I'm glad Jennifer asked. This link's long, probably won't be able to fit it. Okay, so this is actually from a linguistics course. So there are 4 types of correctness. Actually, okay, so
This is almost illegible, so I've really zoomed in. So if you change screens there, I'm maybe just let me know.
yeah, I won't. Maybe we'll look more. We'll talk about it more in the future to see what exactly does.
You changed screens. Okay, are you okay? So you're skipping past this one.
Yeah. So, so we might talk more about this linguistics language as prescriptive, not as descriptive, not prescriptive, and how people have a tendency to want to understand things in a prescriptive way when in reality processes are more descriptive in the origin of things. It's unlikely that they were ever prescribed. How they came to be uh, is not because at some point they were prescribed, but through causal processes that are hard to decipher. So what we do is describe them, and then even you're referring to the laws of science as descriptive, that if there's certain fundamental laws of nature, scientists don't prescribe them, they describe them. And if they're prescribed, you say possibly God or the creator prescribed the laws of nature, and scientists simply describe them. And so it's an important distinction to understand. So we can talk about that more. We ended up talking about that, I think, over an hour. I was about ready to wrap up last week.
Just sounded like you're saying scientists are speaking on behalf of God without saying it.
Well, so the distinction, and it rhymes, so it's kind of cute to say, is just that when man says laws, they're describing, not prescribing. Except for law by nature. Law is a prescription, but prescription, the law prescription, can't be broken. The nature of laws, it could be recommended and attempted to be enforced, but by nature, people have the ability to break the law. So Jennifer was showing that diagram of the circle last week, and it reminded me of perturbation theory. So I got a few quick slides on perturbation theory, and perturbation theory is actually pretty complicated. This is because
I mean, if you want to be vague, if you want to go, what is it, big tent enough, you could even say that stuff like a Fourier transform is perturbation theory. Do you see what I mean?
Perturbation theory is extremely important for physics, mathematics, because it relates to the wave equation and statistical methods. And the reality is, you can't really solve things, and you have to resort to statistical methods, especially something like the wave equation or Fourier transforms. transform. So, you know, here
unless
you have,
of course God's willing to tell you. Hashtag pantheism.
so I mean, here you have, you know, the Schrodinger's equation in a many particle form. So here you the electron form of the Schrodinger equation and the nuclear form of the Schrodinger equation. And you're talking about many bodies where you have multiple objects. And we're going to look at Jennifer's paper, and you know, so she's going to be getting more into this. But
you should try your hand at describing what the equations are saying. Determinant on the bottom there. Anyway, don't want to go into the maths too much, but people shouldn't feel so intimidated by what these equations are saying. It's a good opportunity to actually see what math is all about structurally.
yeah, I don't know, what's X and R here? Is that radius or X? I didn't even look into these formulas. So
I am not really familiar. I changed majors twice, once to get out of having to take organic chem. So this is where my oceans of knowledge dry up. Usually,
so
let's see, because sometimes like when you're talking about things thermodynamically, X is like the phase space, but it's saying Slater determinant. So that's something specific probably to the geometry of these molecules. I have no clue though.
So we got eigenvalues and Hamiltonians. So so this is a description to a course, and I guess it wasn't that useful. So here's another set of slides. Maybe there was something a little bit useful, and then I'll move over to my library. Here's time-dependent perturbation theory. This one was a little bit more basic. So Hamiltonians that are time independent, the time dependence of a wave function developed through time evolution operator U hat, although suitable for closed quantum systems, formalism fails to describe interaction with the external environment, like the electromagnetic field. In such cases, more convenient to describe induced interaction of small isolated system H hat through a time-dependent interaction V of t, and then use these perturbations. So if we look at the Schrodinger's representation of the dynamics of a time-dependent wave function, and unfortunately it's beyond my pay grade, like I'm studying my mathematics. And
you almost want to look at the questions and sort of see how these theoretical understandings actually get implemented, because they have these equations that just never even get implemented, or when they do, it's vastly oversimplified version of them. So there does sort of become, I don't know, there's like a question of what are they even talking about at some point.
Well, I didn't prepare these. If I had a textbook, you know, it might define what all these variables are. So I didn't prepare this. And
the important thing, I think, with regards to the formalism is the notion of eigenvectors being something that was essentially designed relative to transistor-based computers.
yeah, so I mean, perturbation, I think
you understand the basic principle of a Fourier transform, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like how many terms in a Fourier transform do you need before you get the desired accuracy? Because when you're implementing it, you're not working with R, you're approximating it to your desired accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, so perturbation, it's not a statistical method. Like there's a lot of statistical methods. Perturbation theory is more a mathematical method that involves differential equations as opposed to a statistical method.
This is my whole point. Like, it's a conceptual notion. It's a model that exists pre-algebraically and pre-implementationally. It is, I guess, like a mnemonic device of sorts. Simplification, which still encompasses the essence of the problem.
Yeah, maybe I'll look for a simpler.
Daryl has asked a not terrible question for once.
I think maybe the three-body gravitational problem might be the simplest form of perturbation theory. Say that something that is beyond solvability, and then a method of perturbation theory. So I just wanted to, say put a bookmark in that because perturbation theory is extremely important and one of the most important mathematical methods of physics out there. And just because Jennifer was showing that the other day, and unfortunately, perturbation theory is beyond my pay grade. But just throw it out there, and maybe we'll look more into it. So that's my week in review. So hopefully we'll talk about the Science of Consciousness conference, and then maybe tomorrow or early this week I'll pay and I'll register, and also maybe I'll reach out to John David Ebert to talk more about the hero's journey, and to try to do a little writing each week. So this coming week I'm going to try to write some at least 2-page synopsis on multiple truth hypothesis, and hopefully have that for next week. So if that, I guess that's my week in review. And so I guess I'll
2 pages on something you've never put quill to parchment. That's quite a large stone to view. From whence forth cometh this fortitude?
Yeah, I guess it was largely Jennifer's nagging, and as I there's no real demand for
if
my
I'm
writing.
nagging, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, nagging. So Doooovid nagging, pushing progress forward. So Jennifer reciprocated with nagging towards me, and due to her nagging, I wrote something. So I'm going to try to write again, and hopefully it won't require her nagging. And so this week, I'll try to write something on multiple truth hypothesis. And Jennifer wrote some stuff up on her. I guess you call her
It
prep
brings me to
for.
my other point is once it gets to, a level of quality that's acceptable, we could make you a section on this or the other one. I have 3 blogs technically.
I was able to create, I guess the Twitter had a affiliated page that I was able to use my Twitter login to do. So, I mean, if you want to host it on your page, you can, but as of now, it's on Twitter. Or Review is the Twitter affiliated site.
Cool. Yeah, so I guess you had that stream. Did you want to talk more about your show with the, I guess it's geopolitical analyst?
Yeah, I mean, it's more about the war, so we don't have to talk about the war in Ukraine, and week in review. It was interesting. He's a graphic analysis trying to start his own business. He does graphics for a profession, and trying to open up his own media company, and for the sake of reporting on the war, the maps were extremely powerful way of doing it. And so his YouTube page, he said before the war in Ukraine, I think he said he only had 20 subs, and now he's up to over 6,000 subs. So we'll see if he keeps on growing, and what if he's able to pivot from reporting on the war in Ukraine, keep some of his content. He started reporting on other situations around the world. Um, today he reported on, God forbid, some sort of stuff happening in Sri Lanka, and he was trying to do economic stuff. But for whatever reason, like, you're doing popular things like the Luke Ford strategy, maybe like the Ralph House of Commons strategy, where you just kind of like stream snipe, talk about other people to get your audience up, replay their videos. So I mean, he's doing his own reporting or research, and but I'm saying he's getting good numbers because people want to know good information about what's happening in Ukraine, and he has a visual, descriptive way of showing that. So he's been able to build his channel from that. His Discord is growing also. I think I joined in his Discord. He had less people than me, like 30 members. Now he's over 200 members in his Discord. So people want to know more, but I mean, it's military stuff, and it's tough to know what's going to happen in Ukraine. So we could just avoid talking about that week in review. And I don't think Jennifer has much to say on that. But I was glad to have some sort of expert on my channel, and new way of like a meta analysis of information.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I hope you got something out of it. And that's great. My week in review was a lot of time spent on that definition. I don't know if it's finished or what, but it's at that point where I sort of break my work down according to the Pareto principle, like that it takes 20% of the time to do 80% of the work. And then on your next incursion, it's another 80% and 20% of whatever, the other, whatever. Anyway, calibration, blah, blah, blah. Things go out before they're absolutely perfect for me a lot of the times, but still hopefully to a certain standard. So I don't know if you could tell what the idea was with those definitions, was to have them be self-referential unilaterally.
I'll have to go back to my other computer to open it up if you want to talk about that, or if you want to go straight into that, or you had other things you wanted to.
I got perfect photons, feed a new quantum processor. I mean, it's just the same old. I don't even know if I shared this article yet or not, but yeah, it's interesting what they're doing with the photon quantum computers, and especially the Stanford, this one. I was really excited just because the level of smugness is really just, I've never really seen this. Like, we're talking unprecedented levels of smugness here. So I was pretty happy to see people interested in building photon quantum computers. And I mean, I don't want to say it's my exact template that got built, even though we all know that it's indistinguishable. But yeah, that's not important. What's important is this young man's future and how bright it is. He has to wear sunglasses. So people can read that if they want. And then be like, oh my God, quantum mechanics is awesome. And yeah, most of what I did was was just working on that list though. So let's see what else I have.
You did a stream, I guess. So, I also had Charles Moskowitz, and God forbid, we talked about more security stuff in Israel, and Israel's looking like they're on the precipice of some bad things. There was a lot of violence in Israel this week, and they're predicting that's going to increase. So that we ended up talking about mostly with Charles Moskowitz.
I feel like maybe I haven't seen that show all the way through this week. I don't know if I actually showed this one last week, so forgive me if this is a repeat. I think we talked a little bit about the no free lunch theorem. Are you familiar with that?
I think so.
Like, how do you understand it? Do you think it's valid in its form and current form? Like, or what do you, I don't know. What do you think?
As economic theory,
No, the quantum mechanical computational theory. I just realized this isn't even the article. I thought it was. But yeah.
So, I mean, I know what the free lunch refers to a situation where there's no cost incurred by the individual receiving the goods or service being provided. And, so the no free lunch theory is, I thought, related to economics. And I guess I'm looking here, Robert
I'm sure there's
Heinlein.
another one. I'm sure there's another no free lunch that you're thinking of. I'll bring it up here.
Yes,
I think
I
maybe
mean,
it's
it's a
an
common
application of quantum
expression,
computing.
and I guess, yeah, I've heard of it as like an economic, I don't even like a theory of principle, related to opportunity cost. But, so if you're expanding that, if that, could carry on to like energy dynamics or, some sort of conservation principle to physics, it wouldn't be surprising. Maybe I've heard it used in that way, but usually it's used referring to economics or just, politically, like, people saying that nothing's for free. Like, God forbid, when I was young, I used to like that pool movie, The Hustler, with Paul Newman and Jackie Gleason. And me and my brother used to even say back this quote where he goes in to play Minnesota Fats, and he's like, the guy goes over, is like, want some free advice, and his quick reply is, how much will it cost? Kind of like the free lunch principle. Want some free advice? How much will it cost? But so just like a general quip, nothing's really for free. But
I'll
so
just
no, I
read
don't
real quick here. It says in machine learning, no free lunch theorem suggests that all optimization algorithms perform equally well when their performance is averaged over many problems and training data sets. It's published in Opinions in Analytics India Mag, so it's hardly objective knowledge, or is it? But yeah, what I wanted to originally call attention to was just the sheer level of smugness in this guy's picture, as I found it anecdotally entertaining.
Yes, I guess in this way, the free lunch, the no free lunch, is looking at, so sometimes it might appear that there's no energy expenditure. And so in the case that you would be saying that the algorithm's averaged over all of its usage. So even if you have, so to say, a single point that doesn't consume energy, that there's still no free lunch because the energy is averaged over all the uses, and overall, if you average it, they'll all consume energy.
Yeah, we're sitting in the universe, which gives us a free lunch every day, even if we don't eat. How do we square that circle?
I'm not sure if you're just trying to be clever or ironic.
I was going to say you can use the set of all sets is not a set argument and say that the universe can dodge this tendency of non-free lunchness and be a free lunch thing because it is more than the sum of its parts. So that I was alluding to that. I was not, I mean, I don't know, you keep saying trolling. It's like, to me, this is just how arguments get pushed forward, but whatever. Agree, disagree, can go on.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever found one of your jokes funny. So if that was what you were
It's
attempting
also
to
about
do.
it's infotainment, so it's educational as well. Another interesting article here, which I can share, is that magnet. I always like something with a simple diagram, because when they can make a simple diagram, it tells me they really understand it, and that's always nice. So yeah, that's my week in review, and I'd love to talk about the whether that thing made sense, but we don't have to. I can just keep on. It's not really like a publishable article yet, so.
Or I mean, we should probably work at what you have. So, are you going to be able to share it, or do I have to go back to my other
I can
computer?
share it. It's just going to take me a couple minutes to like open the thing to share it with. And I won't be able to multitask, so I just need you to talk straight through. Or I can play something. I suppose I can play my appearance on that show
Oh, you
with
don't need to
the
play it. I
aliens.
mean, I'm saying if it's too difficult for you to talk and get it up at the same time, and you want me to talk, is
I
that
can
what you're
try
saying?
to talk throughout the process, but it's going to take way longer. So I just thought, in the interest of expediency, that I would, you know, you could just
Yeah. So
talk.
I watched that 15-minute clip. Like it was too unclear, like what you were talking about. So I wasn't really able to follow too much from that clip that you shared, and I wasn't going to watch like the full hours. If like it'd have to be like time stamped or clear. So like in the essay that I wrote, um, saying make it clear what you're trying to do, where you're leading people, the information that they need to have. So even if you're saying things that are going to be complicated and beyond most people, that you make that clear in your introduction, and the things kind of follow and flow logically. So I mean, last week when you had your reasonable outline, and I guess you had your what do you call it, precursors, definitions, and they were rather limited. So if you wanted to be comprehensive, you would you either have to be comprehensive about all the definitions you're going to use, or like you were saying that you're going to be using all, so to say, standard definitions besides for the one that you changed relative to the waveform uh, reduction as opposed to collapse. And so you're saying that that was the only definition you need to make because you're going to using everything but besides that standard. Um, but yeah, I mean, for some sort of presentation, especially writing, um, you don't need any surprises. You want to lead people on a clear path where it's clear what you're trying to do, and it flows logically, where you're giving people the information that they need for the next step and making it a step by step progress. So your kind of notes the other week on theory for everything wasn't really in essay form like that. I mean, you had points, and even if they were like ordered or one following the
It
other
was
wasn't.
not meant to be an essay. It was meant to be an outline of an argument, which I was wondering if you thought it was too long to do on the Kurchai Mongol show, which was then creating the fact of it being such a complex problem created some other problems. Anyway, I've
Yeah,
got
I thought you just weren't thinking about your appearance on the Kurt Mongol show correctly, because you're. I mean, because if you haven't discussed with him beforehand how he's going to run it, you don't really know, and you're not making a presentation, and so it's unclear like whether how that's going to go, if he's just going to ask you to make to talk for like an hour, or if he did, you'd want some sort of presentation, or if he's going to ask you questions, or is it going to be conversational. And so you're talking like preparatory work beforehand. So it seems too much to saying if it's your incentive to work that you're going to be on a show, but there's too many unknowns for how he's going to operate his show. And if you haven't even like spoke with him about it in terms of what topics you want to cover, how you're going to structure the show, and then if you don't talk with him about it, it's probably going to be messy, and just skip around a lot, and don't call it like bad content, but so if you work at it beforehand, or if you create some sort of stream presentation that people could watch, either that he could watch before in a presentation. So you say, Kirk, here's my you know video with an overview of my philosophy, like a public study session on the theory of everything, that could be used as like a starting board to structure your conversation. So even here, like you have ideas, it's like it's not even really like a flow chart. It's more just
It's meant to be a glossary, but also a metaphysical basis, i.e., everything should be able to be explainable using this list of concepts.
yeah. So it's a good start. Like I forget the I forget the like when you write a paper, like the first thing you do is just start putting words and ideas, and then you structure that into some sort of flow chart. So if you're, it's not showing right now on the screen if you're trying to, but so if
I'm working on it.
you're not even at the step where you have a flow chart, you just have kind of like ideas, and then you want to structure them, and then if you were to put an essay form, you would describe what people were seeing and how to understand the information and put it together into a larger picture.
That wasn't at all what I really don't understand. You're saying it seems to me like cart before the horse in terms of an understanding. So it's just the creative process really tough. So this made sense at the time. So did any errors strike you, or did anything seem unreasonable?
Um, I'm not sure. I mean, it just seemed like a kind of like a random list. So, I looked through it twice, and so
There's a random list. The idea is that every term is defined relative to terms before it. So there's an order of rising. You can think of it like a natural order of operations that generally systems lend themselves to decompositions of this nature. Anyway, the first bit is probably, I don't know, less
I guess what
interesting.
you should work on is
I don't want to write an essay. I want to have it in 10,000 years that I don't get misunderstood even by a letter. That's my concern. So the whole writing a flowery poem thing, it's great, but it's going to be someone else than me that does it. But please go ahead.
well, I mean, if you had like a thesis statement, what's the thesis statement of so to say your essay? That's an essay. It has what's the purpose of your essay? They would come in the thesis statement. That's usually the last line of the first paragraph. That in some sort of format. And if your
These
thesis
are some
statement,
definitions I think will be useful for understanding stuff. I don't even want to put that. It just sounds absurd.
well, I say just a failure to communicate. That they're saying that if you're saying you're not even going to attempt to communicate because you realize it's going to fail.
I'm going to attempt it. It's just going to be done from my values system of being paranoid about a mistake happening and being very careful about not making a mistake.
Well, either
So
way, I mean, presumably it's going to have to end up in some sort of standard format, and you need a thesis statement. If your thesis statement, at least for Kurt Mungle theories of everything, is that because of so and so reasons, there can't be a theory of everything. That so your thesis statement is that a theory of everything is logically or scientifically impossible, and so your essay would be it's like theory of everything, and your thesis statement is the main idea or thrust the argument that you're making. And if the argument you're making is that there can't be a theory of everything, and then basically would have supportive so to say your evidence, your support. So your typical 5 paragraph essay or something, your introductory paragraph, 3 supporting paragraphs, 4 conclusion paragraphs, 5 conclusion paragraphs, and then your thesis statement. And then your thesis statement is the main idea or thrust the argument that you're making. And if the argument you're making is that there can't be a theory of everything, and then basically would have supportive paragraphs and a conclusion. So if you had your thesis that there can't be a theory of everything, and then you have 3 paragraphs stressing 3 main reasons why there can't be a theory of everything.
Right. Is that going to be compelling? Because I would need to say, well, here's the theory of everything to compare with. This is the basis of my truth statements. Like, at some point, the basis of the assertions one is making needs to be, to some extent, established. And when everything is just sort of at once, it's hard to do that, which is why there's been this problem of non-contextualization. Like, it's a glossary because I don't want to accidentally use the wrong word ever in what I'm then going to write. And here we have
Well, there
narrow
may not
again,
be a
sum it up
perfect
in a
word. I
few
mean,
sentences. It's like you're acting like it can be summed up in a few sentences, and you said idiotically earlier that every complex problem is a series of simple problems. That's simply not true. You don't have these solutions. It's absolutely, you're just wishful thinking, and it's a waste of everyone's time to assert things like that. Might as well preface it with "I feel that," because you're not basing it on anything rational.
well, yeah, so that's your essay, you have your thesis statement, which is the argument that you're making, and saying that you however it comes out, like a presentation has standard format, and it's the value proposition that the goal is for other people to understand what you're saying, and you have your own personal issues or whatever that your own demons that you have to conquer just to be able to get past your basic communication problems. But end of the day, it's gonna follow a standardized format, and that means introduction, thesis statement, support of your thesis, and conclusion. And
Putting forth a negative thesis, there can't be a unified field model. I
you
wanted
could
to
put forward,
qualify.
I mean, you could put forward a negative thesis. I mean,
Can I?
there's no no bearing on the standardized format. Saying if you were writing your theory of
That's a good
everything,
idea. If I
and
do that,
so
then it's
your
obvious I'm
thesis
not being
statement is
traditional.
that there will never be a theory of everything. That's fine. It still have the standardized introduction. Your thesis statement will be there can never be a theory of everything. You'll have to structure your reasons into a few major points. So in your introduction, you'll give a brief overview of
There
the
was supposed to be a single point, though. There was supposed to be a single argument, which was the example of saying, well, here's what this is as close as you're going to get to a unified field model, but it's still not this other thing that everybody sort of assumes that it would be if it existed. Maybe my version of the Gödel incompleteness theorem or something.
well, I mean, the accuracy of science has little to do with the standardization of the writing presentation format. So whether you know what you're talking about or not doesn't have any bearing on the.
They're acting like textbooks don't have glossaries. They do.
Well, yeah, textbooks do, and usually essays don't.
Right. So people are going to read the short form, realize what the fuck is she talking about, go on a spirit quest to get the answer, and need to have that glossary ready to go should they solicit it.
Well, I'm unlikely. I was saying if you can't clearly express your ideas in an intelligible way, people aren't going to make an attempt to try to understand what you're saying. Some of the burdens upon you to express your ideas in a clear way.
No, it's just up to somebody to figure out what I'm saying and implement it actually.
Yeah,
Technically.
I don't think it's unlikely that, I mean, you in your own mind could think that you have something so worthwhile that other people should be, putting their effort towards understanding. but it's pretty unlikely, or you're saying that that's not the way things work. No one's going to make a great effort to understand what you potentially might know. You're going to have to make the effort to make it clearly intelligible. So that's why we're here like 3 years later, where you've made very little progress. And like, even
Except for the
your
whole
own channel,
quantum computer thing. Oh yeah, and the whole stars thing. That pretty much no progress. That's fine. We can do better. All right, so Daryl has an idea here. A unified field theory is not possible because there is no fundamental unified field. I will elaborate why there is no fundamental unified field. How would one establish that there was no fundamental unified field, though? Just because there can't be a unified field model doesn't mean that there's no unified field. So maybe that could be how I present it, is trying to strategically allude to the difference there between those two things. That's an idea.
Well, I mean, you should work on, say, what's your thesis statement? And
holy shit, it's a framework from which you can make theses. Okay. It's not a single thesis, but I'm going to
you have to be
present
able
an
to,
argument theoretically on Kurtz, which is what we
you have to be able to,
as UFM can't exist, isn't going to happen.
you have to be able to reduce it to a single thesis, or else you're going to be unintelligible.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole plan here, is to put it forward, the argument, as to there not being any way to, well, I don't know how much time I want to belabor the point that you can't equationalize dependently arising, quote, field.
And it goes back to what I said a few weeks ago, like your introduction. I mean, it's okay, like your bio, who you are, and then what you're going to
We were
talk
going to put the
about.
brakes on that because that was too stressful. We were going to do the rest of the thing, then we were going to do the bio last. Remember, that was where we landed on that.
I mean, yeah, and it's saying that I mean, the bio is less important, but I mean, to some extent, you need a bio that people want to, have a hard time listening to, want to know like who and why they're listening.
All right, so what do we tell them? I'm Jen. I used to like to go and build forts. I still like to build forts. I built a fort yesterday.
I mean, now you're getting stupid for no reason again. It's saying you're going to give your educational, employment, scientific background, your expertise, like your LinkedIn. I'm Jen. I have a degree, in this. I worked in this field. I like to study and think about these topics and have theories on these things. I mean, that's what your bio's going to be. It's going to be related to the topic of like what you studied, what you did, that would give you expertise on the topic in relationship to thinking about the subject. And then you're going to make some sort of thesis statement that I'm here to argue that there can't be a theory of everything, and a synopsis of a few of the the reasons, 2 to 5 reasons that you're going to present as the argument. So saying over the few hours that you're going to reduce to a few points what you're going to talk about. There can't be a theory of everything because of point A, B, C, D, and E, and then the conversation could flow in a congruent, logical manner where people knew what you were going to talk about from the beginning because you told them, and then there's like a roadmap as people are listening that they could expect where the conversation's going because you told them beforehand.
Thanks, Doooovid. Elliot's here. I don't know if you want to take a break, Doooovid, and talk to Elliot a bit, or what. I just saw him on Luke's today, and I wanted to say, he just sounded awesome. And I'm not just saying that. It's always nice to have somebody have some personal development. What do you think, Doooovid? You want to take a break or hang out or what?
Well, you go ahead and talk, man. I don't have anything to break, but you go ahead.
Awesome.
Blessings.
Blessings and welcome back. It's great to talk to you.
Yeah.
It was just nice to hear you be, I don't even know how to say it, but what's up? Elliot is a longtime friend of the show, was around at the beginning, and now I don't even want to say that we're in the middle, but we're in chapter 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what how you you got the impression that I was under some sort of peace or something. What did you hear that you liked? I didn't really feel like I'd said anything that important.
Well, you just seemed like you'd had spiritual development in your whole demeanor. And to me, that's what I look for. Even if it's the size of a twitch of an ant, any type of movement in a better spiritual direction is something I greatly enjoy when it happens.
Yeah, no, I've been feeling good, but Luke was under the impression that I, he was under the impression that I'm depressed, and that I give the impression of being depressed, and I don't think I give that off, but I'm open to hearing that because maybe that's in fact true. Do you ever get that? You get feedback that's completely contrary to your own self-image?
I think there was a very good chance he was having a projection fest there. If I could just read a quote from the show, Elliot said, "I'm just not amused by things, Luke. There's nothing I can buy." To which Luke replied, "Do you have a massage gun?" And immediately began pumping his neck with what appeared to be a combo vibrator and self-defense tool. Elliot.
Well, I think he was trolling at that point. I think he was trolling me, or he was joking, because he does like to feature his various, physiological supports. So, but it is true. I don't feel like there's anything I need to buy. We're in a very consumer culture, and like the only thing I really want to buy is time. I don't really have any tangible things that I think are going to make a huge difference in my life, apart from, just not needing to work. That's the only thing I'd really want, is just to relax. And
you ever watch the guy As a Millionaire?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you love him?
I've subscribed to that guy. Yeah, and I do. So what do you like about him?
I mean, where to begin? He's self-deprecating and deadpan to the level I enjoy. Yeah. And I mean, somebody seems to be doing something. Like, what's his latest caper? Is moving to Las Vegas?
Oh, I hadn't seen that one. He was shilling some kind of NFT at one point, and I did sort of lose interest at that point. But then is he still doing that?
I have no idea.
Why did he give a reason for moving to Las Vegas? Do you recall?
Well, I mean, it was like quality of life.
Have you ever been to Las Vegas?
No.
It's the worst place on earth. It's literally the worst place on earth. It couldn't be worse. And everybody raves about it, but if you actually get there, it's hell. It's just a vision of hell. First of all, it's like 120 degrees in the summertime. It couldn't be more hot, right? You feel like you're on Venus or something. And then two, it's just people at their worst. They're all congregated at their worst, being there.
Well, now I know where you need to go to have your next spiritual experience. You need to pull a Hunter S. Thompson in Las Vegas and go visit our friend.
Well, I was there in 2015, in the fall, and it was still warm, right? But it was, it was nothing like it gets in the summer. But yeah, like Well, what it is like it's everything about sensual pleasure, right, in one form or another. And at first glance, you might think, well, that could be nice. That sounds great. I mean, everything is top quality in terms of, like, if you get a dessert, the dessert is top quality. If you get whatever you eat, it's like top quality. It's affordable, right? The whole thing about Las Vegas is you can sort of because of all of the gambling, everything else is subsidized. So it's cheaper than it would be in sort of a normal city. So you can, you could buy things that you wouldn't normally buy. You could eat like you wouldn't normally eat. And there's a certain air of excellence, right, about everything there. But at the same time, it's a shopping mall. Let's just imagine like 3 miles of shopping malls on both sides of a street extending, and you know that feeling you get in a shopping mall where it's just this weird repulsion that you feel, this real weird aversion to everything that you see, because everything is so clean, but it's fake, and I don't know. I was there for 3 days and I couldn't wait to leave by the 3rd day. Couldn't wait. I don't know. Everyone must go once, I think, just to experience it. But I have no desire to go back.
Carl wants to know if you're still manufacturing toys. I'm not sure what that means.
Who? Column?
It's just someone in the chat. Carl, I said.
Manufacturing toys.
If that is completely incoherent, I can go to the next question.
Yeah. No, I don't even know what that means. I don't ever recall. I didn't even recall talking about it. I'm drawing a blank. So ask him.
I seem to remember you said you had a job or changed jobs, something at home, and I didn't think it had anything to do with toys.
No, I'd like to manufacture toys. I'd like to work in a factory, to tell you the truth. I think I'd like to work in a car factory. I think that I want to work with my hands.
One of my students got injured working in a car factory. I worked in the Quaker factory one summer. That was definitely an unforgettable experience. Have you ever worked in a factory?
The Quaker Oats?
Oh, it wasn't just oats. It was far more. But yes.
Oh. Okay. And was this in Canada or US?
Yeah, it was in Trenton, Ontario. There's 2 times.
Yeah, I worked at a factory for like as a temp job for like maybe 2 weeks, and it was kind of a surreal experience because I had to wear a hairnet. Did you have to wear a hairnet at Quaker Oats?
I think so.
Yeah, and I had the job. It was so dumb. A monkey could have done the job. It was it was IQ necessary. It was like 0.5. It wasn't even 1. It was like all I had to do was pick up this little plastic disc, put it in the machine, press a button, and then the hole would be punched in the piece of plastic, and then I'd put it in another pile and just repeat. And I would do that like 500 times an hour. But like you would get into this mood. It was very meditative and very repetitive, and so like after like an hour or so, you would just start bursting. I would start bursting into laughter, like uncontrollable laughter at the stupidity of the situation. I don't know. Yeah, factory work is weird. I'd like to, if I wanted to now, I'd like to do something a bit more complicated, like assembling an engine. That seems like it would be fun. I don't know. Tell me about the oats. Tell me about what's the singularly the most memorable part of working in an oat factory?
There's an incredibly sexy lady there.
Oh yeah.
Some fairly good times were had making. I mean, there were some pretty sarcastic guys that worked there, and they were pretty funny. I really liked how ergonomic it was. There was something aesthetically pleasing about the degree of ergonomic. Like they had people rotating jobs every something like 7 minutes. So,
oh wow!
So let's say there's the box of individual packet satchels of oatmeals. So good.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is the camaraderie that when you're all locked in this stupid job, there's a certain amount of camaraderie that gets built up because you're all in a surreal situation. So I worked with a guy that he used to own a bar. And the reason he was in the factory was that somebody got killed in his bar. So he sold the bar and was just sort of, trying to figure out what next to do. And so he just picked up a job to pay the bills. And so we had this rapport, and we could just like glance at one another and we would just fly off into hysterics. It was really it was very funny. It's hard to explain. But then like half the other people on the line didn't speak English, and then there was the two Americans, and we were sort of together in our own little world, and we were just continually laughing. And we would have like these under the steel stares of disapproving coworkers, which sort of added to the humor. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It kind of reminds me of when my mom got remarried, and there was like a bit of a cultural difference, like between us Montreal cosmopolitans and them, like Northern Ontario French. There was this like metaphor that came out in the speeches about how my mom was just like a bass, like, or a trout or something like that.
It's funny you say that.
And my cousin and I just glanced at each other across the room, and we both had this look of like, did he really just say that? It was really hard to keep a straight face at that point. Anyway,
what was she trying to say? Your mom is like a bass or a fish?
It was, I think it was my mom's new sister-in-law was giving a toast and trying to make some, country folk metaphor. It was basically, dating as being going fishing kind of.
And okay, so your mom.
The punchline was like, Maureen, you're a trout, and we just.
A trout is a good catch, right? Like a rainbow trout. When I was fishing as a kid.
Well, it was really good, but there, contingency of us that just didn't get it. I guess I was alluding to the absurdity that I thought was the thread uniting these two stories, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, funny you say that, because I used to work at this in high school. I worked at a country inn, right, for the summertime, and a third of the staff was from France. So it was like this international kind of thing where, university students from around the world would come. So there would be people from England and people from France. And so among the French, there were several Parisians, but there was also this country boy. And this country boy was always being complaining about being dissed by the Parisians. So it's sort of analogous to your story. Like,
once you've seen drunk Parisians throwing up at 6 a.m. in the middle of downtown, you realize probably no one hates them more than they do. So there's a bit of consolation prize.
Yeah, but Parisians are like the the Manhattanites or the Bel Air set. And I forgot his name, but he was strange because his body was like completely covered in hair. It was like he looked like a black bear because he had so much hair on his body. And he only ate meat. It was just like it was a strange guy. I wish I could remember his name. Oh, memories. I've had so many jobs. I've probably had over 50 jobs in my life. Like, I someday I'll write them all down, but it's absurd how many like individual jobs I've had. I don't know. So anyway, what's your take on this whole Russian situation? You got any predictions?
Well, we've been sort of staying off it on the show. We was sort of like,
all right.
Doooovid had somebody on his channel, interesting this week on that topic. But yeah, just sort of
Yeah, I don't have any opinion. I assume it's going to be just kind of some weird, messy compromise, and then it'll be over. But
Yeah,
God,
Boyd talking politics with women. So let's analyze this Luke situation because I remember Luke went back
I
to
think that's good,
Australia.
Doovid. I also think you shouldn't assert that around anyone you may want to get married to. Just saying. As a pal.
That,
what's with the Luke situation? What were you saying, dude?
don't talk politics with women.
Don't assert. No, don't say that you don't talk about politics with women in the company of a woman you might get married to. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well, and God forbid, like that. So yeah, Luke went back to Australia, and he was floating like he might not come back.
Yeah.
And I had interpreted that was kind of like he wanted to feel like, did anyone really want him to come back? Does he actually have any friends? And he, when he's Australia, like he starts talking with you, and you're like the only one that I came on a stream maybe once or twice, but he started talking with you, I think, when he was in Australia, and then like I predicted he came back, like I thought it was kind of like a fake that like really he was gonna come back the whole time. He just wanted to see like, does anyone really like him? Does he actually have any friends? And like his streaming, I mean, he might have been able to pick up another crowd, but it looked like like his act for the last few years just wasn't really going anywhere. Talking to like alt-right and interviewing counter Semites didn't really make that much sense. And so he started streaming a lot less.
You think if Kyle had stuck around, he would have been able to keep going longer?
I don't think so. I don't think Kyle was such a big draw. Like he would have had to produce content that drew an audience, and just like Kyle analyzing politics or something probably wouldn't have got a crowd. So like Luke had kind of just went like personal. Now he's just doing like chit chat and some of his own thing where he's just streaming what he's thinking. Like Jennifer asked, like I don't think Luke watches this stuff beforehand. I think he watches it the first time live. So Luke just likes streaming. So he just comes home and pops on the stream and pops on a video that he finds interesting, and see if there's anyone that he knows that wants to talk about it. And he came back to like Elliot, that like maybe like Elliot is kind of like I don't really call him his friend, or you're like his AA, or I mean not Alcohol Anonymous, but like his random anonymous partner, where you talk through each other's problems, where like live, and it's kept Luke at least active. I don't know, like if he's really talking to anyone much besides you. Maybe I think he had Kyle and Brundle on like a month ago, and it didn't even get that many views. I set him up to go on Politically Provoked, and like he lost kind of his mojo. Um, but like he's still there. You could stream, you could have friendly conversations. So just it seems you think it's random that like you're like Luke's best buddy now and stream partner, or do you think there was something there to it all the time that Luke was he didn't really have any friends in that manner, like Hollywood business is business, and he was just talking to people promoting his show, and if that's faded away, um, that now he's just buddies with Elliot.
Elliot, I had to mute you because there was some noise coming in on your end. I don't know if you want to respond.
That was kind of my kind of interpretation. Luke's show kind of hit a standstill.
Or no, if you don't want to talk about Luke, that's cool or whatever.
Maybe in his personal life, like he went to.
Sorry.
He went to Australia, okay. Was hinting that he might not come back. Now he's back, and like you're the only one he's talking to.
Well, I think he was genuinely considering moving to Australia. I don't think it was I don't think he was bluffing. I think he was, when you go to a new place and you're just sort of wowed by the newness of everything. You sort of get a certain boost by just experiencing a new environment. And part
I didn't
two,
mean it to put it like he was complete like faking, but I thought he'd be back and he was just kind of like testing to see, how much did he have to come back to?
well, yeah, but you know, even if he were to have moved to Australia, he could still stream, and it really wouldn't have mattered, right? Because the internet is so global the way it is. It really doesn't matter that he's not physically rooted in Australia. But yes, there would be certainly a different contour to the show, because his experiences would be Australian experiences, and he might not have the same sort of stresses involved in life that you get in LA. I mean, LA is a really lousy place to live, just between us.
Well, I mean, it's
It's a
his
terrible.
personality. Like he's Hollywood, like Luke from Hollywood, and he reported in San Bernardino Valley. He's written books about Hollywood. Moving back to Australia would kind of be. I mean, he's even acted in films and pornography and these connections there. Like presumably moving back to Australia would have been made him a lot less interesting.
You got a point there, but I think ultimately, you get older. You just can't uproot your current network. So your sort of interpersonal network is a good comfort to you.
He knows
Like,
thousands of people in Hollywood. Like he never made it big, but like I mean, he like Luke has personally talked to and interviewed thousands of people. He's been in the same room with countless famous people, and to just kind of like give it all up and move to Australia, he might be able to stream and tell some stories, but to some extent it would have been do you really want to develop and just go back to the quiet life. So I mean, I don't know the quiet life in Australia after dedicating decades of his life to Los Angeles.
yeah, but I think at the same time, I think a lot of famous people, or people that they see through the illusion of fame once they've met a certain quotient of famous people. Fame is we dream about it as kids, or at least I did, and there's nothing really there. And in a way, it's a burden. In a way, you can be really, at least I am. I'm actually thankful for not being famous. I think it would be a tremendous source of stress and anxiety. And I don't think Luke is motivated by fame. But interestingly, this Louis Theroux.
Well, he's been a writer and a journalist. And I'm saying he's not like, I mean, you're a IT guy, computer
What
guy.
about Louis Theroux? Elliot? Sorry, I just don't want it to be Elliot getting
Luke has tried to get
dominated
ahead
here. What about Louis Theroux?
Did you see that documentary that Louis Theroux did about the America First?
Yeah.
Did you see it, Jen?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, you've heard about it though, right?
Yeah, I'm passing.
Okay. Well, it turns out like basically all of the subjects in that documentary Luke had interviewed on his stream, which was really funny, I thought. Like,
that's what now he's talking with you. I'm saying Luke had been like, I mean, he had a
he's hit rock bottom. Luke has hit rock bottom, and he's trying to work his way back. So I'm here to support him in his, in his relaunch, his rebid, his.
Well, you think he's going to relaunch? And so you're just his friend and he's speaking to, and like you're just his kind of like normal friend that he's speaking to, and he's going to relaunch and try to start talking to famous people again, or get back in journalism, or he has his job, and maybe he's dating, or he's going to find the woman, and he'll just kind of fade from the scene and maybe keep a handful of friends like you.
I think it's next to impossible to be a professional streamer for any serious duration of time, because there's just so much competition, right? And people sort of segment into their little niches, and that's that. I think the opportunity to sort of be a mass market streamer at the level it would take to be a celebrity. I just don't think it's possible. For it's basically equivalent to being a Hollywood star. You know, you have to have some like really magical talent that captivates people's imagination, and there just aren't that many people. That's my opinion. So I don't think Luke is really career oriented with his streaming. I think he just likes to have a good wide-ranging conversation. So Doooovid, remember like in the old days before the internet, you used to play chess at a club? Did you play at a club like with real people in the flesh?
Yeah, in fact, I went to the chess club to coach for the first time since COVID-19 this last Friday.
Yeah.
But the internet came out when I was in high school. But yeah, I remember I was young, like pre-internet, going to the chess club, local chess club, almost all African Americans. My area of the chess club was like 80% African Americans. I went there every week for years.
Yeah, but wasn't it also a social occasion? And then there would be just a lot of dancing and jabbering and just kind of general.
Yeah, that was my crowd. Those were my regular people. Like, I had a handful of friends, frenemies. But yeah, it was the same people every week, and I went there for years every week. And then even when I came back after the internet, I went. I went to the chess club this Friday. Coaching kids, and I post on Facebook a few pictures, but mostly African Americans. It's funny, like in high school, some of these kids were like, grown bigger than me. That I been in middle school, but it was the same people. Like I just went right back in. I hadn't seen anyone for 2 years, and I just sat down and started. I was coaching, but yeah, just sat down, and some kids came over, and we played a game, and I started giving them pointers, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing really. I'm the chess club's my thing.
Yeah. So, but it was so I used to be part of like a sort of very casual chess scene. People would show up, and it was only really 50% about chess. The other 50% was just about socializing and chit chat and dancing and networking. And I think that's how Luke views his stream, as a as a creative outlet, as a opportunity to socialize with people that are sort of in his intellectual peer group, and he just enjoys that process. I mean, streaming is fun, don't you think, Luke? Doooovid? I don't think he harbors any really deep ambitions the way you think he does, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, presumably he had, I mean, we didn't even talk about it, like he had been pretty big. He had almost, for even a period of time before he got demonetized, he was even making thousands of dollars off. He invested in equipment. I said like he talked to some of the most infamous names in America. I think like Louis Theroux, like all of those people had been on the Luke Ford stream, and I remember that Nick Fuentes, 500 live viewers. That the time Nick Fuentes came back when he did the Irony Bros, and that revived his career. He went because they were so popular. He went with the Irony Bros for like a month straight. You remember that?
Yeah. No, I remember. Like
I was like,
on that.
Like, why the hell are you talking to these guys? Like, this is crazy. But I think it was the fame. Like he was had hundreds of viewers, and he had the Irony Bros, and people were really tuning in. But that might have led to his demise, like because there has to be some sort of continuity between mind, body, and spirit. So like, how is Luke as a convert to Orthodox Judaism, popular? Talking
Elliot,
with
there's
Irony
tons
Bros.
of noise coming through on your end. Can you just mute like wind?
Yeah,
or
I'll
something?
mute. Sorry.
Well, go ahead and talk to. I mean, you're here to talk, but I mean, if are you using just your cell phone?
Yeah, I'm out in the afternoon sunlight. There's wind blowing, so I didn't realize it was being picked up by the.
One thing I wanted to know from Elliot was you mentioned that the blood sports sort of led you to spiritual growth, and I was wondering if you had any advice for.
Oh yeah. So
watching.
that was an insight I had. So I think all of the blood sports and sort of the anonymity culture and the frankness with which people speak online is just radically different and than what you get in IRL. And I think hearing people like speak their true opinions very boldly and frankly has just sort of kind of encouraged me to do the same, at least not with other people, but with myself, and just sort of getting through a lot of this indecisiveness I feel. And then instead, I just sort of, I take a cue to sort of just be direct and frank with myself. And it sort of allowed me to stop dithering and take more decisive action. So that was something that I think has been valuable throughout this whole experience. Is that true with you? I'll mute.
I don't know if I fully understood that.
Well, okay, put it this way. In real life, among real people, do you feel that you hold back? Do you sort of hold your more spicy opinions back to yourself, and you just sort of go along to get along? You temper your...
Not really, no.
Really? You're the same person online?
I do not enjoy... no, I wouldn't go that far, because online there's a particular purpose. So obviously it's easier to just get the job done. I mean, are you the same person at work as in your, like, you know, personal life?
No, well, that's what I mean. So at work, you hold back, right? You color within the lines because you don't want to mess with your own bacon. So, pardon the poor graphic stupid. But
he's actually
want...
not at the screen right now, so maybe he didn't hear you. But something tells me that isn't quite the level that he's going to get offended on.
There's just a little double on.
People are generally relatively polite. You'll say, like, only a handful of times in my life has anyone ever made like an anti-Semitic comment to me. Yeah. I remember one time I could remember someone, I was playing poker in Stony Brook, and someone made a Holocaust joke, and we actually wrestled but even like anti-Semitic marks, like almost never. I mean, because people are generally polite or cordial, or just choose their association. So if people don't like you, they don't associate. So like in New York, where there are a lot of people, sometimes, you know, there's personalities like, you know, friendship, and it's like, okay, like fighting over friends. And, you know, when you're in New York, there's almost always crowds of people. Very rarely do you have like a one-on-one friend, and your friends always have friends. And so there'll be personality clashes, and you might have to, you know, voice opinions like, I don't like your friend. And you know, so there, I mean, and, you know, like obviously I did, you know, we talked about like party promoting and stuff, there was conflict, but no, I mean, generally people just choose their associations, and there's not much conflict. And you know, so that's what the niche of internet blood sports was, to have these arguments and conflicts, was to say, because, you know, that's kind of like, people feel that way. Like very rarely have I heard anti-Semitism, but like certainly I could tell that people felt that way. They just chose not to associate with me and didn't express it. And, you know, so even personal, like, okay, people trash talk when they play chess, but like, you know, it's usually over when the chess game is over. It's not like they don't like pick on people at the chess club. Like they don't like, I remember like people getting bullied. It's just like, if you're playing and you're trash talking, if it's too much, you lose and you don't play anymore, or, you know, you play with a weaker player. So that, you know, that type thing on the internet, it probably wouldn't be created in real life. And you're just being mean to people, or especially like these politics about racial issues and changing the culture war, so to say. That I remember in New York, like another time, like God forbid, I had two friends, and God forbid, one was kind of homosexual, and like he was actually in the military, and I had another friend, and he was just like straight out, he started calling him like the F word. He was like, and just like, I was shocked that like I hadn't, for years I hadn't seen someone do that. And like, I'm kind of homophobic a tiny bit, but I would never even imagine, just like, you know, you F it. And like this guy just like in public was just like, and then he looked at me, he's like, no, he's an F it. Like, and like, God forbid, I was shocked. And then like actually at a chess club, it was in a private conversation, and some guy said like some anti-Asian comment, and like I was also shocked. I was like, I can't believe this guy just said like a anti-Asian comment. And but I guess it depends what kind of because I can remember younger or maybe certain crowds where people do just tease and harp on people. But I think generally maybe if you like get drunk, you go to bars or you hang around, watch TVs and laugh, you make fun of people you don't like. Because I've always been religious. I've always been very careful, like anti-bullying. I never liked to be sitting around like trashing on somebody, and so always avoided those circumstances. Although they could be somewhat relatively frequently, but I don't think in like in public the kind of way for the internet, and then like trolling, and it comes out where uh, but I kind of always knew it was there. So the internet coming like, okay, I've got hundreds of friends on Facebook. Is like, what about all the people that don't really like you? So like, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't really like me, and the anonymity of the internet. Um, Matt, I don't know your thoughts on this. Like, like, is that things that you've observed in real life? Like people just like dogging on each other, or teasing each other, bullying people?
Well, yes and no. There used to be a lot of teasing, but it was sort of within the bounds of respectability. And people would find it funny, right? Up until about 10 years ago, you could make these types of jokes and people would find them funny. But now, after about, since about 10 years ago, it's no longer
like
funny.
racial or like like my friend who like just started insulting this gay guy in front of everybody, that he probably does that in private. Like I'm not that kind of. I'm not a guy like he didn't insult people like I would edge him away. Like when we hung out, we didn't just dog on people, but it's very likely when he hang out with his other friends that they would just dog on people. That's the way they mode of interaction. And maybe it still is. You have to be more careful. It's like, okay, it could be people are still racist, and people get together and say anti-Semitic or racist various things. But I said it's more like free association, that generally people aren't so vicious to just bully and pick on people, so you just end up not associating with each other. Like when you're in high school, or there's the lunchroom, but like once you're out of high school, there's no more lunchroom, and it's just more like freedom of association. Except like I mentioned, when you're in the big city and there's issues of friends, because like there's always lots of people around, and when you go out, it's like, oh, I'm going to bring my friends and he's going to bring his friends, and then you have the personality clashes. But usually just settled like, okay, like we can't have these people together in a group, and it comes back to the freedom of association. Like it's not like the high school lunchroom where you're just all forced there together.
Well, I think about it this way, that the internet has allowed people to explore their id, that has, I think in a way that's ultimately healthy. They sort of expressed these ideas that society doesn't let them express, or these feelings, I should say. I shouldn't call them ideas. They're more like feelings. And people, if they have a chance to express their feelings, they can actually look at them and evaluate them and modify them. They don't need to be coerced into feeling one way or another, right? They can just sort of grow and evolve at their own pace.
But my feelings are negative and hurtful. You're saying like a lot of times it's just like, what's wrong with society, and on a level like, oh, what's wrong with this group of people, or what's wrong with the immigrants or these minorities, to this like, what's wrong with you. And I mean, God forbid, I could remember like situations, and even at work and unfriendly places, where all of a sudden like one of the the popular guys, if that word even means anything, just starts dogging on somebody there, and everyone teams up on him. And
Yeah, it's
something.
called ritualism. It's just part of
Well, I mean, usually,
it's part of society.
well, no, I mean, there's usually freedom of association. So it's like, okay, like if you have an abusive relation, and like you're husband or something, God forbid, just like like your father, you're just like constantly dogging and like emotional abuse or something like that. But I mean,
I have
usually you just,
aroused the ire of many men simply by existing.
well, I mean, usually just
What am I going to do about
association.
that?
Well, I'm saying, why are you around them at a certain point if it's unpleasant?
Because I'm not going to not be around people just on account of they don't like me.
Well, what does it mean not be around? I'm saying like because you work together, because you're saying you invite them over to your house and hang out with them, even though they abuse you, or are you saying that because of larger circumstances like mutual friends or work that you're in their presence and have to put up with their abuse?
It's just a random hangout thing. And, halfway through, it's realized that somebody hates my guts, It's just how it is.
Well, but there is no random hangout. It's association. So it's like if you invite people over to your house or they abuse you, or you go to somebody else's house, and that's why I said like mutual friends, where if you know it's going to be a gathering and you go, but there's these other people there that you have problems with, but it's some sort of freedom of association.
Well, I don't know that I have problems with them. They have problems with me, perhaps.
Yeah, but I'm saying there has to be your volition to associate. That like presumably they're not breaking into your house
or
to
just to be
ragdoll you.
hanging out somewhere with a couple people where other people happen to be also existing. That's all.
But it's always your volition that so like COVID-19, I just stopped going anywhere. But I mean, like reality, all association is really of your own volition. Like if you have to work, or you have family responsibility, or you go to hang out, but like no, you don't have to go to hang out. You don't have to go to that social event. You don't have to go to the bar. You don't have to go to the restaurant. And so if you're doing that out of your own volition, and there's a give and take of good and bad reaction, where there's some toxic people and there's some beneficial people, or even the toxic people have some beneficial qualities. So, like, okay, I worked in an environment like day trading, and there were some toxic people. Like a lot of times they were charitable or they were good traders, but they were just toxic and they would just yell at you and bash you. And so you could hang out with the boys after work, and you would see the toxic personality at work. Very rarely were the people toxic, because okay, I want to hang out with the boys after work, even though I know a lot of them are toxic. Versus okay, like I got to find a wife, I got to find a woman.
Or you're the one the guys bring around because they know you're going to clobber the asshole if he gets out of line. Something like that. Risk management of sorts.
Well, no, I'm saying association's voluntary, and if you have two toxic people, it's usually conflict, or is it like a fight or something like that?
Well, you're saying it's voluntary, but it's like if everyone's going out for drinks after work and it's an expected contribution to corporate culture, how voluntary is your non-participation? There's a huge chode there, or multiples.
Well, no, man, I was an Orthodox Jew and saying like it's voluntary. Like in fact, like the rabbis didn't recommend it. Just go to work, do your job, and then come home. Build up your family, go to the house to study, pray. There's no like hanging out is negative. Like entertainment, fun is always pejorative. So like no, that like reality. Most of the successful people I know never did that stuff. They didn't go hang out. They just did their job, and they didn't go to the party. They didn't hang out with the guys after work ever. And most of the guys that did were toxic or involved in, God forbid, unbecoming behavior.
Yes, but there's always a chance something hilarious will happen. Go ahead, Elliot. Were you going to say something? I don't want to stomp all over Elliot, and I just thought everything you had to say on Luke's was so great, and I don't want to waste your time or anything. I don't know what to ask you though, but is there something I should ask you, because it seems like you've had some personal development that I thought other people watching the show could like benefit from your wise advice, having gone through the experience. It just seemed like it was fresh in your mind.
Well, I just walked upstairs. I'm back inside, so I live on the 3rd floor, so no elevator. This was because getting to me. Well, I mean, I've had my own personal revelations, but I don't know how applicable they are to other people. You know, I mean, I have some general rules which I think I've sort of discovered for myself, or sort of looking back on mistakes I've made. But I do think people need to be more practical. I think the internet has a way of making people crazy, and it allows them to potentially make mistakes that don't seem like mistakes at the time. And I think a lot of these people that were famous like 4 years ago are going to run into some real trouble, like Nick Fuentes. I mean, who knows what's going to happen to Nick Fuentes, but he could be, looking at jail time, and he could, and he might not be aware of like how he's gone off the rails, or how big the forces are that he's playing with, and how they can squash you like a bug if you aren't careful. So I don't know. I don't have any general advice. Generally, people like to discover their own path, and they don't like to be told what to do. So I do have advice, but it sort of has to be in the context of someone has to ask me about it.
How about this? Okay, if you could talk to yourself like 5 years ago, what advice would you give yourself?
5 years ago? Well,
if you need to go back to 10 years to have it mean something, then that's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you're like 25 years ago to where you had major decisions that could have changed your life.
Yeah, well, I think 25 years ago, I would have not done any drinking. I would have like made a point of cutting that out of my life completely. Now, I was never really a heavy drinker, but I would drink very casually and socially. And I think that has taken a toll on my health. And it was something that, I knew I was sort of making a mistake at the time, but it wasn't, the signal wasn't strong enough for me to act on it. So looking back, I would have been a lot more careful about drinking and how casually I approached it. Now, I never did anything crazy, but it was definitely has become a habit, and I'd let it become a habit. And I think I would have done a lot better had I not done that. So that's probably my biggest mistake, I would say. What else? I know it sounds simple, but reading the instructions, like you ever like do something, like you have to assemble something and you try to do it and you just don't want to bother reading the instructions, and you mess it up because you didn't read the instructions. I think I would have benefited more if I would have read the instructions more and thought more carefully.
I'm comfortable with not knowing what the fuck I'm doing with several things. That's me.
Well, have you ever like blown it though? Has that ever like bitten you?
What do you mean by blown it?
Like let's take a little benign example, like assembling a chair from IKEA, right? You get all these pieces out, and
well, of course, I followed those instructions to the T. I mean,
oh, you do?
Well, if there's instructions, I mean, come on.
Oh, I don't. I just throw those in the trash immediately. I just say I can figure this out.
I don't know if that's like a man thing or what, but my goodness, that is just a make work project for yourself.
Well, yeah.
Like throwing, it's like getting out a deck of cards. It's like 52 pickup, basically. It's like why?
Yeah, I don't know if you mean like your iPhone. Yeah, I mean, I've assembled IKEA chairs, and those are pretty necessary. I don't know if you like. It's not that time consuming. Usually, it's only just like a
I cannot imagine putting together an IKEA furniture without the instructions. I mean, I can barely do it with the instructions.
If you're talking like the owner's manual of like my Jeep, or that like really I've only flipped in when I needed it, or especially things like like my new MacBook or iPad, iPhone. There's a lot of cool stuff that you could probably do and don't know how to do, use better.
Well, I'll give you an example. like in my work, you know, I often come across problems and I would just try to solve them myself. I thought it was like a sign of weakness to Google. So I would try like solving the problem myself and end up spending multiple days and creating something that was really broken and didn't work. And basically wasting a bunch of my time and then the client's money. And all I had to really do was just look it up, you know, like just take 5 minutes, Google it, look it up, and do it right the first time and put it behind you. So this, I've now acquired that habit, but it was very stubborn. I was very stubborn in the beginning, and I would just make a lot of misery for myself by being stubborn. Um, so that's another thing. Like looking back on, is that I've been unnecessarily stubborn. Or Doooovid, take a chess example. You know, when you like you're going through an opening and you think one move ought to be right, so you make it, even though there's clearly a refutation, but you stubbornly hold to it because you like it, you like the aesthetics of it or something. You don't revise it in the light of theory, but
Well, I
you
mean,
hold
usually
on
more
anyway.
opening study, like you play a line that you know is just like really bad in the opening, and better players just like get in a way better position and crush you. But the work of doing the opening study to figure something out better when you know this line pretty good, and that I
Yeah, exactly.
definitely know. Like I don't know, like
Yeah,
purposely, like a move that you know, uh, and yeah, I mean I haven't played competitively, but even that, like like I'll get in these opening positions, and like I know my openings aren't that good, and better players just crush me. But it's more like the study level to change it.
yeah, like laziness or stubbornness keeps you from, you know, taking advantage of the best information. And
I
you
think
know,
I suffer that minimally. Like we all suffer that to some degree, although I think um, maybe through day trading and just kind of saying like you have to cut your losses. That say like because I day traded in my early 20s, and it was grounded into me like like you have to cut your losses. That I've extended that to most of my life. Like health, even cutting out smoking weed and bad behavior in general. It's just like you have to cut your losses, and
mm,
even if there's a stubbornness there, like you want to double down, you don't want to cut your loss, but like through day trading or just like grounded into me that like you have to cut your losses. There's no exception.
interesting. How about you, Jen? Do you have like
Relations also, like definitely like years. Um, I remember I had this. I handed to Jennifer to say that, but just I had um I don't know, call it like a girlfriend and a roommate and like I mean cocaine dealer went to prison, and it cost me thousands of dollars and months of time. And she's like, you'd be lucky to get out of this, for $5,000 or something like that. But like yeah, a lot of times like bad association, uh, bad friends, uh, stubbornness, could cost you big time. And if it's like the instruction, if it's ruining your car, like like God forbid, my father, I think like his last car, he didn't get an oil change, and it cost him his car. He had over 100,000 miles on it, but just like stubbornness where it costs you large sums of money, like your computer or devices that you don't handle properly, or bad associations that people that you take into your house or get too close with, and it becomes extremely difficult to extract yourself with it, and cost you months of time and large sums of money, or even God forbid if it gets out of hand, it could even be like prison or legal repercussions. Or thank my father's a doctor. He'd always warn me like, be careful for your health. You may never get it back. To something like that with your health, where you do something and it permanently damage a person's health. God forbid.
yeah, it's good that you point up associations, like bad associations, like hanging around with the wrong people it just seems really innocuous in the beginning, but
Do you guys believe the whole like you're the average of the people you spend, or the top 5 people you spend the most time with? I've heard that quote bandied about. Do you think there's any truth to it?
It sounds true.
Sometimes it's involuntary too. Like, I mean, a lot of times, okay, like you have a bad friend for some reason that you're purposely, and a lot of times, like, especially when you're in the big city, there's just a lot of mooches or annoying people. I remember I eventually became good friends with this guy. I remember this guy called me like literally like 20 times and like just kept on leaving messages, and like I was just like dissing him. And then later we actually ended up becoming friends, and a lot of mooches. Like I used to give money and be charitable, and for years people just mooched off of me, and people probably stole from me and took advantage of me. And if you're in the big city, there's sometimes nothing you can do about it. Like you're in San
Mhm.
Francisco and there's like a homeless guy who sets his sight on you, or some sort of con artist. Sometimes it's near impossible to protect yourself. You just have to take consistent losses, let alone like a bad girlfriend or a bad friend, or a bad decision. Says sometimes it's involuntary, like the toxic personality at work that's just part of work, or for whatever reason, some person caught their sight on you and you can't shake them.
Yeah,
So
you're so
like
right
related
about
to the
that.
streaming, so IRL, certainly in New York City, it was constant. There were always like toxic people that I just couldn't extract myself from. I had to deal with constantly, and it was always like, oh man, like how much money are they gonna get out of me, or how much damage are they gonna do, or even like God forbid, like people get in trouble with the police or violence, just compared to the internet, and like oh my God, like are we gonna get trolls again? Can we, like, oh, this person wants to come on, like, how are they going to behave? And that's really just a constant factor of life. And that's why I go back to, like the lesson of cutting your losses, recognizing that this is bad. It's going to lead to worse and worse outcomes. You have to cut the loss.
Yeah, that's also an important lesson I wish I'd learned earlier. Like I've always had a hard time balancing the idea that with generosity, like where and when to be generous and when not to be generous, and the pitfalls around generosity. And
You have to look at a model of strategic reciprocity, because the state of being completely alone is as undesirable as the state of being whatever Doooovid is sort of alluding here, or the being taken advantage of. Like those are both really undesirable.
absolutely. And like but Doovid's right. Like once you like show somebody an act of generosity, you immediately become a mark. Word gets out, uh, and I don't know if I've ever told you the story. I think I might have told Luke or something. But once upon a time,
Are you in the big city? I mean, like, are you like when you go outside of your door, like someone could like be right on you and asking you for money, or you're,
no,
you're more suburban?
I mean, I'm in the city, but I'm in a very sort of residential part of the city. So it's more like the suburbs than it is a city. A lot of single family homes. So,
But even like the
um,
subway, the train, like in New York, like you can't avoid it. Saying like there's going to be toxic people. There's going to be
oh, it's
situations like it's like I might get mugged or beat up, or like and like you're probably more urban than me or Jennifer.
yeah, but it's not like New York City is in a totally different realm because like New York, I think New York is like the worst place on earth. It is terrible. It's the most psychologically uh, uh, difficult places to be in the world.
I've been
There
watching
isn't.
Peter Santinello. I even shared that a few times. He's based in San Francisco. I'm not sure, like this travelogue popular streamer,
Yeah.
but I thought San Francisco has like these horrible homeless crises. Like you have people
It
like strung out on crack. Like when you go out of your door and it's like the same dude strung out on crack begging you for money each day.
well, that definitely exists, but that's
Is it reality? You're saying like no, literally like three times this week, the same dude strung out on whatever they're strung out on came up to you, and you can't do anything about it, and you think like, oh crap, like I better give him something or he might mug me.
uh well, it's weird. Like addicts like that, they don't seem they're disgusting, but they
Is it
don't
part of
really.
your reality there, or you're not in that
No,
kind of
well, no, yeah, I'm in a different part of town. I mean, it could be a part of my reality if I allowed it to be, and I
I
would
mean,
visit those.
you go to work, or you say that's not your reality there.
It's not my personal reality, but it's the reality for a lot of people. If they live in those parts of town, You know, ironically, those parts of town are some of the most expensive parts of town because they're downtown or they're in the nicer neighborhoods downtown. So some of the most expensive real estate in the city is also
It's a good place to beg.
saturated with
It's a
homeless
good place
people.
to, if you're a thief or a beggar, go to the wealthy areas.
Yeah. And it's also like these tourist hotspots, they know where to go where all the tourists are, and the tourists are pretty easy marks with that. So you just know to avoid those parts of town, like the cable cars. I don't know, you've seen the cable cars on television. These turnarounds, these are basically amusement park rides in the city. Nobody really uses them for transportation, but if you're a tourist, you come here and you want to ride them because you saw them on television, and as a result, they're just the on and off parts of the
The
place.
park?
The stops for these are just completely
Is that the
covered with
park there?
It's like those sushi restaurants where it comes out on a conveyor belt only for robbery. I mean, theft. For pickpockets.
Yeah. It's not near the park, Doooovid. Yes, it's downtown, Jen. It's in the hilly. So the hilly parts of the city are downtown. Those really hilly scenic scenes that you've seen, those are in the downtown and North Beach and environment around there. That's where the old San Francisco is, where the cable cars were. I'm out here in the western part, which used to just be sand dunes. It used to be unpopulated. And later on, as the city expanded away, they started building houses on these sand dunes. And so it has a certain, I don't think you can build too high out here because the soil isn't strong enough to withstand an earthquake. So the dwellings are 1 and 2 stories, very few 3-story buildings. I happen to be in one, but they're not. The reason like the city's so expensive is it's very hard to build in the city because you have to be mindful of the earthquake potential that is here.
But you said, like, I mean, you're in an area where you could constantly be meeting people, and is it like 50-50 whether it's going to be bad association or good association? And it's hard to cipher out. Like, you can't just go to the party, the bar, and
Well,
meet the people that you want to meet, because there's like some sort of 50-50 rule that you're going to meet the people you don't, together with the people you want to meet and become friends with. You're going to meet the people that you don't want to meet, and so you have to have.
I think it's more subtle than that, Doooovid. So you can have a friend that you're sort of 80% simpatico with, but there's this other 20% which you would perceive as a bad influence, and you can you want to be their friend, you want to associate with them, but over time that 20% could be really destructive, have some very destructive behaviors associated with it. And then before you know it, you could be enmeshed in their world, their problems. Like, I have this friend that I've had for 30 years, and he's a complete fucking alcoholic. He's like completely off the rails now with booze. And his life has basically spiraled out of control. And I'm left in the position of often picking up the pieces of the disasters that he's created because I have some sort of loyalty to him just out of respect for our multi-decade friendship. So that's what I'm talking about with your associations. Like, you get in these awkward spots where do you value the friendship or do you protect yourself? And I think that is not a line that I've walked particularly skillfully. It's the edge. It's the intimate. It's not like my life isn't me avoiding homeless people. That's really the least of my concerns. My problems are from people that I've let into my life that have some very destructive behaviors associated with them.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid they could, it could cost you thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. It could, wind you up in legal trouble. It could cost you your friendship with other people. I mean, sometimes it gets kind of small. Like, okay, like, just like, don't talk about Israel. It's like, okay, like, I know what he thinks about Israel, and we have a good friendship. But, like, as long as we just don't bring up Israel, and like, sports are like that with me. Like I have no interest in sports. Most people do, And so, friends or something like, like when it comes to sports or something, just tune out, or no, like I'm not gonna be interested in that. And kind of like the maxim of the Baba Rep, you work together with people on what you agree with them about, have associations on the overlap and interest, and you could largely avoid conflict. And a lot of times you could see the losses coming, and sometimes like, I mean,
Well, well, David, let me ask you a question. So, like this whole cocaine thing, how in the hell did you end up in the cocaine world? You seem to be the least likely person in the world to be involved in anything remotely close to that. So, how did
day
that come to
trading.
be?
Yeah, I mean, just the people I was working with,
Mm.
and you know, a lot, young people, some of them making large sums of money, and just uh, the high stress of the job. And it was literally, people I was working with, they were all drug addicts, and eventually I tried it and got hooked myself. And then, some of the people, like hanging out, like, I was a rabbinic student, saying like I was, just going to my job, and it's like, hanging out with the guys after work, the primrose path.
So, like, I have like this. I mean, I have like a really strong fear of cocaine. It seems like it would be a disaster for your heart. It seems like you're taking on a lot of risk by
Thank
doing
God I
cocaine.
quit well under 30, and I had one of my good friends who actually was the first person who gave it to me, had actually had a few heart attacks.
Mm.
But yeah, so thank God I kicked it, well before I was 30. And as far as I know, like no long-term health outcomes of it. And like I stopped. It was good that I stopped. I never looked back on it. Like well before I was 30 was the last time I used it.
So how long did it take you to stop using it? Was it just cold turkey?
Um, it took a while because like I still used it occasionally because I had friends, and I forget my dad, this movie I watched, he was saying like when you go to the the rehabilitation center, you really have to delete every number in your phone because like at a certain point, like all your friends are
Mm.
addicts. So like it was a downfall. Like my buddy had a heart attack. My roommate
Mm.
went to prison for like 4 or 5 years. I mean, it was pretty
Whoa.
severe. And but I still had a few friends that I kept, and it was actually like God forbid, that guy who couldn't control himself making fun of homosexuals, who was making a lot of money, and like I would hang out with him, and he would have like large quantities, and he would hook me up.
Mm.
And so as long as I was in New York, I did it occasionally because I still had friends that had it, and they would offer it to me, and I couldn't say no. And when I came to Detroit, uh, I knew people who were doing it, but I never got involved, or like, but I largely stopped. But like even in New York, after I stopped, it was around, and I still used it occasionally. Just like you want to go hang out with this guy, and what, because that's the party scene also. Because once you've seen the party scene, to a certain extent, the party scene and the drugs go hand in hand. So like if
Mm.
you're not going to do the drugs, the party's not really worth going to. And
Yes, I think that's where high on your own supply comes from. The chat would like to know what year you were born in, Doooovid.
1978. Yeah, but I was saying the city culture is much different, and saying like, so
Mm.
like, oh, I was a good Orthodox Jew, Hasidic Jew, and you knew people were involved and they knew the right thing, and you also know that like a lot of people, like 1 out of 10 people, are gonna fall down this path, and so okay, I was one of them that fell down this
Are you
path.
saying 1 in 10 people becomes a coke addict in the city, or what? What are you talking about here? This seems a bit extreme.
Yeah, I'd say in New York City that even as high as like 1 out of 10 people, from a certain background, like if you're upper, because cocaine's very expensive, but certainly like of people in the profession, day trading, uh, that 1 out of 10, or even all sorts of jobs like mortgage broker, stockbroker, uh, probably 1 out of 10 chance. And just your average person, like I mean, it could be Jennifer or Elliot, that if for whatever reason, you were going to try one of these jobs, that there would be like a 1 in 10 chance that, just because you would be around a bunch of people doing it, and you would eventually go to the party, hang out with people after, and someone would, you would succumb and you would do it, and then you would get hooked.
Now, were these Orthodox Jews too that were also like feeding you coke? I mean, was
There were
there?
former Orthodox Jews.
What's that?
So Orthodox Jews kind of fluid. So there were people that at one point had been Orthodox, and if you're an Orthodox Jew, you could float in and out of the culture. So you could go to a Sabbath meal, put on tefillin, pray together. But like you start shaving, you take the yarmulke off, and when you're in New York, there's parties. So it's like, okay, you could live in New York and just not go to the parties, do the right thing, work and study, and but like it's right there, right next to you. So you're much more likely. Maybe San Francisco is probably similar to that. In that it's it's right there. And it's saying the parties, like like Luke Ford, Hollywood, like what's going on, and you could either renounce it or take part in it, and the ability to take part in it without succumbing to the negative things is basically impossible. So like Orthodox Jew, you would say just don't go to those parties, don't hang out with those people. You could work with them, you could be friends with people, but don't keep your distance. Be careful about your association. And once you start working, it's like, okay, like of course, like you work, I don't go to work, and a lot of people I work with are drug addicts. Like it's New York, and it's like you got to work, and it's really not that difficult to keep yourself safe. Like it was bad decisions that I made, but at the same time, I wouldn't have known what the world was like. Like most of the people, like if you look at like half the people in Brooklyn that never went to Manhattan, really have no idea what the inside of a club or party is like, and they might have got married and built up a family, but at the same time, they really have no idea what the other side of the tracks looks like. Which could
Interesting.
be a blessing like that. If you're in San Francisco like that, maybe you have some feel of that, but you could think of people who did what they were told and followed the rule, trusted the plan, and maybe they have their livelihood, they have their family, and still trusting the plan, and they're just clueless to like what's happening on the other side of the tracks.
Interesting.
So it probably has to be some sort of paradoxical thing like that where
So how long were you involved in that? Like a couple of years?
10 years. So I was
10
day trading.
years.
I was 22.
Yeah.
And I mean, like I probably used
I'd love
drugs
to
the
see
first time when I
pictures.
was like 22.
Do you have any pictures from those days?
And till I left New York in my early 30s, I think maybe like 8 years. I was loosely involved, and for 5 years I was heavily involved. I was like I even was promoting my own parties, and I lived in Manhattan, and so I was heavily involved for 5 years, and then like 3 years after that, I was still loosely involved. Like I was smoking weed, and I would occasionally go out to parties. I maintained a few friends that were still addicts and would go to parties, or occasionally in New York and slip back into that kind of well, I was always relatively clean, I guess, but like in terms of like I wasn't too much into immoral sexual behavior, which thank God for that, because that's probably one of the bigger downfalls that people fall into is the addiction to immoral sexual behavior.
So what about drinking? Were you drinking at the time too, or just cocaine?
I was never a big drinker, so like I had a few drinks occasionally.
Yeah.
And,
and were you doing pot?
I don't even know if we've ever talked about this on the show.
I didn't make it. I didn't want to take it. I didn't mean to take it in this direction, but I find it fascinating because
if you're in New York, it's somewhat common. Like it's not even. I mean, like if you're thinking, like as I said, like even for an Orthodox Jew in Manhattan, there's probably like a 1 in 10 chance that you're going to fall into cocaine use. And I don't know.
Now,
like,
I thought that was like certain. Well, I guess.
I don't know if you're agreeing with my
Well, in
estimate, Maria,
Toronto, a lot of people do coke. That's definitely true compared to Ottawa.
just like if you're in the big city, you're either never going to go to the clubs, never going to go to the parties, or you're going to, and if you go, there's a decent chance you're going to fall into those cultures. So I'd say like if you're from the half of people who just never go, you know, say okay, like not going to do it. But you know, if you're from the half, and you know, even if you're a geeky person or reserved, but you go, and then you're going to befriend people, and they're going to tempt you with it, and you know, you might succumb to it. And if you try it a few times, the chance of you getting hooked is you know, decent. So I would say like if, you know, even any major city, if you're a young person in the city, it's about 1 in 10 chance that you're going to fall into it, and you know, could be a lot worse. Like I said, God forbid, one of my friends had a few heart attacks. Another, my roommate got sent to prison for multiple years, God forbid, and you know, even financial ruin, and you know, people have illegitimate kids, or you know, violence, and so relatively, I avoided most of the pitfalls. It was just I was a user, and avoided. You know, I don't have a criminal record. I don't have
So
a.
what did your friend go to prison for? Was it dealing?
Yeah, and God forbid, dealing marijuana, cocaine.
How much, like what kind of quantities are you talking about?
He had previous arrests. He probably had less than an ounce. I mean, he
How much
probably
is
had,
an ounce? How much is an ounce of cocaine cost?
it'd be like $1,000.
$1,000. Interesting. Huh.
I mean, he had previous arrests, and I mean, when he eventually got caught, he actually was caught and guilty on a previous charge. So he got caught. He was already supposed to be in prison for you know, if he had taken a plea bargain, it would have been like 6 months, and then he was on the run and he got caught. So you know, he got a few years, even though the amounts weren't huge. And when you get into dealing, like small time dealing, if you're like partying versus large time dealing, like God forbid, the temptation to become a dealer. Thank God, I had marketable skills. I never had you know, necessary to. I never got into dealing. Thank God.
Yeah.
But you know, the temptation that if you fall into using, and then you can't finance your own usage, and you get trapped into dealing.
So Jen, there's a cocaine scene in Canada as well. You were
It's
saying.
everywhere. I mean, I mean, I don't know if it's like in. I would assume it's even in like Australia, New Zealand, Russia. I mean, it comes from South America, but you know, definitely everywhere in America, Canada, probably even you know, like Australia, New Zealand, Russia.
So the whole world runs on cocaine, like like a lot of streamers, you know, a lot of like
Okay,
the
so
blood
there
sports
being
crowd.
cocaine in a lot of cities doesn't mean the world runs on cocaine. But I mean, we've
Party
all seen
culture does. But
Huh?
I'm
what
saying
is
that
it, the guy who
you'll
had
have a lot of
the
high stress
empire there,
people, even like judges,
Pedro?
lawyers, politicians, that don't party, because it's a powerful drug that when you have high stress and you need to you know, wake up, or just do things that you're uncomfortable doing. So it like you could say it
No.
runs the world in a certain way, because people in high stress positions that, you know, so to say, run the world, need drugs in order to do it. But it's really party culture that I said, like the if you're not high, the parties are just like, what the hell? Like it's just kind of like smelly and greasy, and people are acting weird, and like so the parties are, if you're not high, it just like, what the hell am I doing here?
That's
Interesting.
profound.
And it's
Well,
part of being young too. Like as you get older, like you become worse. So like I was just young. I was interested to see if you got older, like Luke, you become a sexaholic, and then the drug is connected to the sexaholism, that and even as a venue to you know, getting women to be more likely to engage in sexual activity. So if you're just young and you're trying to, you know, understand what people are doing, what's on the party scene, as to where you get older, and you know, if you fall into sexaholism or whatever reason why people go to the parties or social.
Sexaholism? You mean sex addiction?
Well, yeah, like,
Yeah, I'm saying drugs are extremely useful in, God forbid, convincing women to enter into sexual relations. So I would say probably even 75% of in Manhattan, I would put it as high as 75%, maybe even 90% of sexual relations are, certainly at least alcohol, but like many drugs and the most likely cocaine. Like cocaine and sex go together. And if you're a sexaholic, cocaine is extremely useful. And also, like women will have sex for cocaine. That if you're in the club and women will need the fix, and you could use cocaine as a method to having sexual relations. And so it's saying if you're in the culture where your goal is to have sexual relations, then cocaine is more the tool than the goal. That you're not having cocaine. I mean, cocaine will also, God forbid, like Viagra, will help a person perform sexually much better. But so to say that cocaine and sex go hand in hand. So to that extent, like party culture and cocaine really do go hand in hand.
So let's say the economy crumbles, right? There's going to be a lot of people not able to get cocaine, right? Are people, when people need a fix, when they need cocaine, are they desperate? Do they become desperate and they'll do anything to get it?
The question is, which would be more disastrous, an interruption in coffee, sugar, or cocaine? This channel does not endorse the use of illicit substances.
No, I mean, it's highly illegal, saying like, God forbid, like I said, you could go to prison for years, you could die. It is physically addictive. It's not even a comparison that like you might rob or even kill someone in order to get another fix. I think COVID-19, the decrease of party culture uh, caused just saying that cocaine is a social drug that I mean you could have like Freud or a person like sitting around, but it's more a social drug, and it's, God forbid, even specifically related to sexual activity. So that maybe COVID-19 had a decrease, but it's also just a simple plant that comes from Mexico, and the only reason it's so expensive is because of the illegality. So prices might go down. Like, thank God I haven't seen it. I don't even know what like a street value of a price. Like, if you're talking like $100 a gram, God forbid, even 15 years ago, like in Manhattan at a club. So to say, the dealers are there, and it's coming from the cartel. It's coming from Central America. So in San Francisco also. So if the economy's down and COVID-19, there's less partying, I don't think the supply would dry up because it's just the cartel. They might lower prices or various things, but I'm saying it's just a plant that is imported from Central America.
And it's basically endless. There's no way to stop it, right? I mean,
well, it's supply and demand. It's saying that, like, if there wasn't as much demand, even being highly illegal, there's people that are willing to risk years in prison in their life, and it's related to the sinful behavior. Saying that, like, it's related to the sexual sin.
Well, okay, true, but there's also like heroin, right? And then there's this new stuff, fentanyl, which I guess
I wouldn't put them in the same. You're saying that when the world runs on cocaine because cocaine induces people to do what they wouldn't do without it, God forbid, as opposed to like fentanyl and heroin are basically downers, painkillers. They're not party drugs.
So
usually there's something messed up with you. You need a painkiller and you're on it, as opposed to saying like cocaine is related to doing what you want to do and are inhibited to doing, and that's why you would take the drug, and it'll kill you. I'm saying it's an extremely dangerous drug. It'll give you a heart attack. It'll run your body at a higher rate than it's capable of doing, and it's highly addictive. But it's like if you're a geek and you want to lose your virginity or something like that, fentanyl or heroin's not going to do it for you.
Right. I guess, if you're selling like, bogus stocks to grandma and you're feeling bad about it, you need cocaine to sort of
No, it's
numb
upper.
the
Cocaine is the single strongest upper that it's not like, I mean, fentanyl and heroin are downers. So it has the purpose is to allow you is to give you more energy, more strength, and that's
But
why
again, it's like,
even somewhat normal, clean cut people could fall into it, like a judge or something. Like, God, I remember there was a judge who was a cocaine addict in New York, and I mean, just because like I'm scared to go out. If you're an actor or something, I'm scared to go out there, and you need the energy boost or like the party, and
yeah.
there's a big crowd and there's music and there's the fear, and you take the drug and now you're no longer inhibited, or even the sexual inhibition that there's natural embarrassment towards sexual activity, and the drug causes the inhibition, and that's not the case with fentanyl or heroin. Those are like downers, more likely to decrease your activity.
Okay, so heroin's a downer, huh? It's like a different thing altogether. Yeah.
It's not part of party
sedative
culture.
in hospitals in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah, you could get it for a prescription, like cancer patients, terminally ill. I mean, God forbid, my mother has a opiate heroin derivative. That, I mean, God forbid, I mean, for that she was put on. It's not connected to party culture. Like alcohol,
Okay.
cocaine, and marijuana are connected to party culture. Like heroin, fentanyl are not connected to party culture.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you're on
But
heroin,
like,
you're
so
not
like,
likely to be going out to parties. You're not likely to be having. I mean, there might be, God forbid, like prostitutes or something that have extreme body pain and are heroin addicts as a painkiller. But you're saying like, no, I mean, you're not going to be engaging in large amounts of sexual activity and partying on heroin.
yeah, well, okay, so just looping it back, like the San Francisco detritus that you see, I think that's like heroin and fentanyl. It's the downer culture.
Yeah, those are people who are. I mean, I saw that Peter Santinello even shared that video last week. I think that was in L.A. But those are people who usually have some sort of injury or something bad that happened to their body where they need a permanent painkiller, or just a severe depression where their life has fallen apart, and then they're in a rut, like saying like, God forbid, the most productive active years of my life was using cocaine. Cocaine's an upper. Like I was sleeping like 4 hours a night or something on it. Like I was doing all sorts of stuff, and like it was upper. I was on it because I wanted to do more than my body was capable of doing. It's not a painkiller at all. I mean,
Interesting.
that's why it's dangerous. That's why it's highly illegal. Saying it could kill you, and it's highly addictive. To I mean, the downers are also highly addictive like that.
Yeah, that's when you get the severe withdrawal. Like people withdrawing from heroin go through a lot of pain. Apparently, it's like the most unpleasant thing you could go through, and it goes for like weeks at a time. Like you can't sleep for like multiple weeks. Ugh, yeah, so many people. Oh, it's just so sad to think about. Anyway, I didn't mean to like turn this into a drug conversation, but it's just very interesting to me.
Well, yeah, what we've done, and I don't even know, like, God forbid, even it gives me kind of like a positive reminiscence of drugs, God forbid, and I was relatively careful with my health, and but yeah, I probably would have been better off, had I probably be married with a family, a stable job, maybe I would have been a multimillionaire. I had a good profession, and it was a bad idea to get involved in drugs, but there was a certain amount to of what I was able to see and understand about the world that I wouldn't have been able to without without entering that culture. And I, said, like, I was careful enough. I never got in legal trouble. Um, I got arrested, but I never had uh, I never really got in legal trouble, and I never had any health issues from it.
Hmm.
And I always had, like, because I was an educated and kept good surrounding. I always made it to synagogue, and I always kept my good connections. So, like, I always knew doctors and people who could make sure that I wasn't getting too far off the path. And even my friend, I called I called the ambulance. I went to the hospital with him. I bore the brunt of his father, because he had to go to the hospital. He might have died, but God forbid. Uh, but yeah, it's kind of sad that, like, because it probably did ruin my life in a conventional way, but I'm not even sure I feel bad about it. God forbid, I wouldn't recommend it to other people. Certainly it's illegal, it's a risk to your health, but at the same time, it's an entrance to the reality that we all know is out there, and you might be better off avoiding, but it's out there whether you like it or not.
Well,
It's
mistakes are
what's
part of what gives meaning, not the soul thing, but things that you look back and realize, I wouldn't want to do that again.
well,
Or
I lived
had
in New York.
happened in some sense to know from experience that that's how you feel.
Well, it's
Yeah,
like Luke Ford.
mistakes make for great stories.
Well, it's like Luke Ford in the pornography. People are curious about it, and
Yeah.
you're certainly like, okay, that's already pretty
I can
degenerate.
honestly say I've never once been curious about Luke Ford's porn.
Well, I'm not saying like his film or whatever, but just the phenomenon that like prostitution, pornography. Uh, everyone knows it exists, and you just be like, okay, like I feel sorry for the people involved in it, but there's a curiosity factor, and if you're in the big city, uh, there's nightclubs everywhere, and it's a curious phenomenon, and say most people never step into them, and so, like, I would say the majority of my friends never stepped into one of those places, and they're probably better off for it. But at the same time, I'm not sure I feel bad that I stepped into those places, looking at my friends that never stepped into those places. And I never stepped into the strip club. Like, thank God I never went to the strip club. And I don't know if I did that, if I feel the same way about it, like Luke Ford, saying like, okay, thank God I drew the line. I had a lot of friends that went to places like that invited me, that tried to get me. I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. And even if it was like seeing a prostitute, God forbid, I never did it. Although I had a lot of friends that did it and encouraged me to do it, God forbid, because it's a common part of human nature that you say, like, well, how much do you really want to know the dark side of human nature? How much are you a better person for understanding the dark side of human nature? Isn't that part of the streaming also, like the curiosity of what's on the other side?
Yeah,
It's
streaming
like
culture is.
anti-Semitism, saying, okay, like, I don't really never. I mean, I know people probably don't like me, but I never really dealt with anti-Semitism. Just people that obviously were likely not associating with me due to my Judaism. But the curiosity factor, like, I know there's a lot of anti-Semites out there. Like, I'm kind of curious.
Well, you're right. Streaming culture is sort of like a safe way of peering into worlds that you were always curious about, but couldn't really. You didn't want to sort of get too close to IRL, so it gave you a certain. I think that's the appeal, is that you can sort of explore these worlds in a more safe way, I guess. I mean, these past 5 years with all of these conversations and all of these topics and these sort of forbidden ideas and things that have been discussed, I think I think I understand the world a lot better now than I did 5 years ago, and I think that is a credit to streaming. I think ultimately, knowledge is good. It's good to know things, and you don't necessarily want to pay the cost of knowing certain things. and streaming can be a sort of way to do that.
Don't you think that not everybody can bear the cost of certain knowledge?
Yeah, absolutely, including myself.
Well, it's just hard. It's kind of hard to know like where to stop in some way.
What do you mean? Like not being sucked in to something unhealthy through streaming, or not?
No.
Like
that
if
wasn't
I
what
like when Doooovid's talking about cocaine, right? Like I've always been a little bit curious about it, right? But now I'm more disinclined than ever to even like entertain the idea, right? And just by, Doovid explaining what addiction's like and where it leads, it makes me all the more reluctant. And I think that's ultimately a net positive, that I've sort of dodged that pitfall. But I think it's equally true that maybe somebody would, hearing Doovid's story would be, have their curiosity piqued and then might try exploring it for themselves. But the don't say no culture.
If you were young and in the city, and it's like a phase. So like it was a phase that I went through in my 20s, and then I ended. And so if you're a grown up, and sometimes like people fall into addiction in their older life, but it's like, well, there's a phase when you're young and in the city, and that may be if you're older and still getting involved in it, it'd probably be much more dangerous and not right. It's not recommended for anybody. Certainly even myself, that it probably cost me normal life getting involved in it. But at least okay, I was in my youth and I was in the city in a cult, versus like a grown up who you would definitely be in a bet, like highly unrecommendable to get involved with that. Even if you're a college student and you're in the city and you want to know what party culture is like, and it's all over the place, and there's downfalls to it, versus grown up who definitely just stay away.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is like there's so many, like you've been through around America. There's some pretty dismal places in America, and I could see why drugs would be a very very inviting escape from some of the more drab and dreary and rundown places that are around the country. And
well, but God forbid, also encourages immoral sexual behavior that a lot of times you need. It's not easy to just have forbidden sexual relations. You really need a drug to overcome like the hump of doing it. So even if you're in a rundown place and just make it more interesting, have an orgy, you really need the drugs to do that. And so that's probably it's probably the popularity of the drugs is that it's a gateway to the forbidden sexual relations.
Yeah.
That's I would even say that's the main. It's probably even like 75%. Certainly cocaine culture, that like it's almost 50% maybe more connected to the desire to have for promiscuous forbidden sexual relations.
Well, my point was more broad. It was basically about just kind of the fractured, empty culture that we have. This sort of strip mall culture that is so deadening, right? And if there's just fewer and fewer alternatives to that, because the culture just seems so blighted. It's different. When I was younger, things were just a lot different than they are now. And I go through some of these places and I can't believe like how devastated things are in comparison to the way they used to be. And I sound like a real old timer here, but there's just things have become so degraded. It's just hard to put it's hard to really express that to somebody that doesn't know the difference, has never experienced the difference.
Well, like Luke, he's always writing, saying like Charles Moskowitz and even, okay, like Jennifer nagging me till I wrote, me nagging. So it's like, oh, you're going to learn to code. You're going to, take another course and you do continued adult education. And it's like, "No, I don't want to." But so you need someone to like nag you. It's like, yes, you will write that essay. Yes, you will take that course. Yes, you will learn to code more. And and so like the drabby, America where uh you're just the existential angst of there really being nothing there for people, and then looking at it like, oh man, I gotta spend like 10 years re-educating myself so that I could do something useful to have what used to be the American dream. And so you could try like week in review, me and Jennifer, pushing each other to work hard and continued, really continued adult education. And even Luke Ford, who authored 4 books, who's writing essays. He goes to synagogue and he has a group of people that are writers. And I think Luke writes every day. Like, I mean, he used to send me his blog posts. Like Luke, uh, writes a few pages every single day.
Yeah.
And so something like that, where it's like, okay, like Elliot, you want to join our writers club? Is like, no, I don't want to write. I don't want to join your stupid little stream where you're gonna nag me until I write an essay. Like, what the hell?
Well,
I wrote a glossary, so it's a very, unorthodox writing club.
Well, I'm saying it's really just like adult education and pushing the accomplishments. Is okay, you could just, like, accept mediocrity, um, do drugs, entertainment, and accept the mediocrity, or you could push yourself with, largely, adult education, and
Well, I think a lot of people take drugs to perform at higher levels. I haven't really looked into that. I'm honestly scared too.
I don't think so. I mean, cocaine is just more
Yeah, it's
like,
well known that a lot of these people take whatever it is, ADD medication.
well, there's a lot of that, but I don't think if they perform it at higher levels, it decreases.
They talk pretty dang fast. Whether that's higher levels, different story.
Well, that's
Yeah,
Adderall, right?
Yeah, I
This is
mean,
Adderall.
you could call it. Maybe
Yeah,
they
that sounds
do.
right.
Maybe they do cause, and that would be like, okay, like I don't want to do adult education. I don't want to keep on working harder, and like I'm tired of self-improvement. Like, I did my, I
I don't think
graduated
anyone
school.
ever felt that way in the history of ever.
Well, I think everyone basically feels that way. Like, I'm done with this self-improvement process.
Then you don't even know what self-improvement is.
What was saying the drug is like is to some extent facilitates the self-improvement, and if it's doing, like they're performing at a higher function.
You mean performance enhancement? That's not the same as self-improvement.
Well, because in New York, where it's like where like if you're a stock trader, a broker of some sort, like you got to make sales, you got to get in front of the crowd and meet people, and because your livelihood depends on it. So you're going to that event, and a lot of times like it's dumb. Like I don't want to sell a mortgage, like or try to sell life, like but so you got to get in front of that crowd and be like, well, here I am, Doooovid, and I'm selling life insurance, and like Elliot, like if you thought about it, and so it's a performance enhancement that allows you to enter the character that you're not, because like I'm really not that character, but the drug allows you to become that character that you're not, and then
Yeah, so
you
it
become dependent on it
encourages.
because you're not that character, and you could only get into that character when you're on the drug. And on the party scene, it could be the sex addict, but it doesn't just have to be the person. It's most likely to facilitate immoral sexual relations, but it could simply be the guy who wants to get ahead at his job, that wants to make the deal. It's just like Donald Trump.
It facilitates an artificial way of being. It sounds like.
I've told the stories, like I know multiple people that got in front of Donald Trump, and even one that closed a deal. Like he a mortgage. So if you're a mortgage broker, even just like, I got to get in front of Donald Trump. And like, well, what are you going to do when you get in front of Donald Trump? Is like, I'm going to close a deal. I'm going to do a mortgage, and I'm going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars. And, so that person is like, get me in front of Donald Trump. And then like, somehow if you get in front of Donald Trump, that you're going to close the deal. And, that's where the drug comes in. So you might have a
So
few,
what do you mean? He sold something to Donald Trump? He sold
a mortgage.
He sold a mortgage to Donald Trump.
I mean, he brokered a deal, and he was the mortgage broker in the deal.
Okay.
And Donald Trump sold or bought a building, and he was the mortgage broker.
Okay.
But it was a process. I remember, like people like, get me, I mean, Donald Trump, even then, like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, was from the biggest names in New York. But so if you're a mortgage broker, you want to close a deal, you got to get in front of people who own buildings, and it's like, can you get me to see Donald Trump? And like somehow maybe you get to see Donald Trump. It's like, I got you in, and then but like Donald Trump, it's unlikely you're going to get a private meeting. You're going to be at a party where there's 100 other people. It's like, I'm going to go to the party and walk right up to Donald Trump in front of 100 people, and I'm going to convince him to close the deal with me as his mortgage broker.
Interesting.
I mean, whatever it is, like whatever it is you're doing, like if you're just a coder, you're not doing deals. But if you were like a multi-million-dollar business leader who was trying to broker deals, like, I'm going to get in front of the businessman that's opening up the new business, building a new building, and I'm going to convince him to use me for his IT contract. And it's like, so how you do that is, well, you're going to become somebody that you're not really. You're going to have to act out being this character. And and some people don't need drugs too. I mean, the guy that the mortgage broker, he wasn't a drug that got Derek Trump, wasn't a drug user. He was a natural mortgage broker. But a lot of times, like you do need that. You're saying, like, I mean, I don't know if you ever did sales. Like, I couldn't do sales if my life depended on it, God forbid. Like, I had my eBay business, but like to actually try to get in front of somebody and convince them to buy something, I just don't have it in.
I did real estate for like 2 months in Boston.
Wait, broker? Or?
I was a agent. It wasn't sales. It was renting apartments. So
you didn't have your own client. You were working for somebody who had their own client.
Well, I worked under a broker. So
I mean, you had to feel like, oh man, I got to find a client. Like, I got to get out there.
Yeah. It's hell. It's like, if you don't close a deal, you don't eat.
Yeah, like,
it was miserable.
I mean, there's conventions or something, but like, basically, you're gonna end up in a big room in front of people, and point out that, like, this is the guy who owns a bunch of buildings, and you got to walk right up to them and sell and convince them to use you.
No. So this was so what happened? Sorry, Jen.
Or cold calling. Like, God forbid, the reality is you cold calling, you get hundreds and hundreds.
No. You would put ads on Craigslist, and people would say, "Yeah, I'd like to look at this apartment." And so then you'd get a whole list of apartments, and then you drive them around the city, showing them one apartment after the other, and hopefully they would decide to rent the apartment. And if they didn't, they didn't. And you basically wasted your entire day showing one person who, you didn't know from Adam, an apartment, hoping that they'd rent it or basically convince them to rent it. So you're right. There is an aspect of sales to it. But if that's not your nature, of coercing somebody into doing something that is not good for them, it's a hellish job. And I only lasted 2 months.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you were using drugs back then or even just alcohol, that it would facilitate you becoming somebody that you're not, that you're like, we talk a lot about meditation and the self-observation process, and you're observing yourself, like, this is not who I am, but I'm doing it because I want to make the sale. And even just the alcohol facilitates you becoming the person that you're not.
Yeah. So, like, if I had done coke, maybe I could have done that. I could have been more coercive in my sales.
Alcohol might do it. Do it a little. I don't know if that was drinking.
Alcohol's a way to unwind. It's sort of a depressant. It doesn't make me
face-to-face sails drunk and reeking of booze? I don't know.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
I'm reminded of Hennigan's off Seinfeld. I mean, I know I can't make every cultural reference about Seinfeld. It's just so dang, you know. But I mean, I don't see how alcohol works. I see alcohol more like a corporate culture lubricant.
Yeah.
Go out for drinks afterwards, like laugh at stuff.
It's a way of bonding. So, it's a social lubricant, they say. Hold on, I got a cat screaming. 1 second. Oh boy.
Is your cat?
Hold on. No, the cat wants to go out, so I'll let the cat out and roam the hallway. It's atavistic behavior. So anyway, but one thing, if you notice, I don't know if but a lot of these blood sports people were completely whacked on cocaine all the time, which sort of explains things in retrospect. Like Worski and Ethan Ralph, Baked Alaska. I think even Richard Spencer. They were all blow monkeys.
Those guys are legitimate media personalities. Like, if you're talking like a geek who's just talking into his computers, all of those people were, I'll call like legitimate media personalities that aren't just geeks yelling at a computer.
Well, okay. I mean,
We're talking like Nick Fuentes or
I don't know about
like
Nick
Adam
Fuentes.
Green or something, like, saying like all of those people are regularly in front of crowds, and even Ethan Ralph had his bowling thing, and there was a fight, and he's getting arrested and things like. I mean, those guys are they're not your typical computer geek. I would say they're more just people that use the technology to forward their public activism.
Well, so you've heard about the microdosing phenomenon. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, it's surprising a conversation centered around drugs hasn't at all mentioned anything along the lines of psychotropics yet.
Yeah. So like I tried mushrooms last year. I did it a couple of times.
Was
Small
it for
amounts.
the first time or what?
Yeah. Well, I did it once in high school. I did it once in college.
Okay, but did you actually get anywhere with it when you did in college?
No. I just had like this gloomy existential experience in college.
So you had the first experience of them actually working last year. Is that right?
Yeah. But
nice.
Working, yeah.
I think I wrote those essays. Like I told Jennifer, like I'd only written a few times once, and it was actually probably using mushrooms that I ended up writing those essays years ago. And I mentioned this like half a year ago. They just legalized mushrooms here in Detroit, although at this point no interest. But I think it was actually I mentioned I'd written these essays, and kind of like some sort of like mystical experience that caused me to write a few essays. And I didn't think about it last week when I said it, but I think it was actually using the mushrooms that gave me that mystical experience that caused me to write these essays that I lost and don't have anymore.
So okay, so Jen, have you done like a substantial mushroom experience?
Well, you understand at a certain point of yogic attainment, one can simply enter those states at will, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. Like, how many grams did you do?
I was just saying, like, I mean, the point is that it wouldn't matter, and nor do I want to sort of indicate on this channel that I endorse this at all. But I also understand that, like, talking about things and being frank and it's reasonable to do it if it feels like it's absolutely something you have to do. It's what I've always said, and all I can say is be safe if you're going to do something dangerous. So yeah, that said,
I'm not sure if you're right about that yogic state. It's like, no, I mean, these states are induced.
Like, honestly, you're not an expert on
drugs.
this domain, so you can flap your lips to whatever you want on this, but if you can't attest the state of yogic attainment, you can't really speak to whether one can enter those trance states at will.
I don't think so. You
Okay,
know,
All right,
well,
even
do-
in yogic states, there were that you know, even in India, you have your there. It's not like a state of enlightenment or whatever it is. It's an induced state, and it's induced by drugs. It can't be induced by will, and it's not like
well, yeah,
enlightenment.
maybe for you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
All
I'm part
drugs
Native
are is
American. They're
those
saying
kinds of
they're
drugs is
induced.
just an inhibition of part of your consciousness.
No, I mean, they're
Why
induced.
can't you learn how to do that at will? There's really no reason.
Well, I mean, they're induced, and saying even in the scripture it brings down
You're
some of
forced
these
into the
substance.
state.
There's
Yeah, it
ceremonies.
spontaneously happens. That doesn't preclude it from being something you can enter into. Like the DMT state is something we can enter into, quote, theoretically at will, because our brain manufactures it.
Yeah, I mean, we could just agree to disagree, but no, I think they're induced, and there's no.
My
form
point
of
is that
enlightenment.
Elliot asked
There's
me a
no form
question,
of
and what I'm saying
enlightenment
is that
that
the
could
answer is not something I want to
self-cause
speak on
this
publicly.
induced
Slash, it
state.
wouldn't matter anyway. Was my point, Elliot. But I did want to know if you had an experience, because I know that there were like research that happened where they said that people had a permanent shift in openness, aka like a permanent increase in the trait of openness, according to the Big Five. And I was just wondering if maybe like, because you mentioned it, if there's anything about it that was cool or worth noting.
is the question to me or to Doooovid?
To you.
Well, I did a very light dose. I did like 1 gram, and basically to really have like a substantial trip, you need like 5 grams. And so I was just trying to dip my toe into the water, you know. And I had some interesting things. Like, you really get the sense that everything is alive. You know, I really came across that was something that I got to turn on. I have the stream going on another phone. So I really got the sense that like all of the background anxiety that I have in my life, like that just got turned way down. But it wasn't like a euphoric feeling. It was just sort of a calm feeling. And I really liked it. And it didn't feel like a toxin. It didn't feel like an intoxicant. It felt like a very clean mental experience. So
I remember they smelled really bad. I put it. I got, I think it was like an ounce, and I put them in my freezer, and I had them there even like a few weeks, and they smelled kind of like shit, God forbid, and they smelled so strong that
Well,
even
a lot
in
of
the
the time they're
freezer,
grown in cow shit. You know that, right?
yeah, it could be. I mean, but yeah, it was so strong that even like in the freezer that you could smell it throughout the apartment. It wasn't like weed; it just smelled bad. But they did the trick like when and it's ironic now that they're legal. Like you just go to a specialty store and you know get them here.
when did this happen? So mushrooms are legal in Michigan now?
Well, they're legal now in the last year. It was a good
Wow.
15 years ago, like maybe even 18 years ago in New York and I only tried them once. And I was just remembering now how bad they smelled. And like I had them for like a week before I tried them, and like my apartment smelled like shit. Like even in the I kept them in the freezer. Like I was told to keep them in the freezer so they wouldn't smell so bad. And even in the freezer, they made my whole apartment smell like shit.
I took them with lemon tea and honey. I made it, and it was pretty. I don't remember them tasting particularly
So,
bad.
like, did it do anything, Elliot? Because
Yeah, it definitely did.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it did. It did something. It was generally pleasant. It wasn't like it wasn't world altering, but I definitely saw that like a bigger dose could definitely go in that direction. Like everything had like this, everyone seemed to be surrounded by this etheric field. You could see people's auras basically, right? And like everything had an aura about it, you know. And there was like this just you could see people as bright. I just saw everyone as broadcasting a certain vibration. You know, it wasn't necessarily a colorful experience, but there was a little bit of aspect of color here and there. But it was sort of like this vapor layer around people, maybe a foot. Everyone was surrounded by this foot-long vapor cocoon, right? And not just people, but every like plants all had this. So there was like, it just seemed like everything was really alive and interesting. So it made me want to do more, you know. But then I did some, you know, reading and check some videos, and you know, basically you wouldn't want to be out in public. You'd want to be at home if you were going to do a substantial dose.
Well, I mean, if you're a noob,
But like,
sure. But if you enjoy the odd chaos troll, then absolutely not. But are you familiar with the Nyquist theorem?
Nyquist theorem? No.
You can
What's the Nyquist
witness
theorem?
the effect of it. Have you ever seen when there's like a video of a accelerating, I guess, a propeller for a jet, and it's goes faster, faster, and all of a sudden it looks like it's not moving?
Yes, or even going backwards.
Right. So that is some sort of a signal sampling snafu, so to speak. And
well, let's just put it this way.
Something called the Nyquist effect, and what I'm speculating here about the drugs is that they're actually altering the sampling frequency of consciousness itself.
Well, all right, but we're talking about fun little, amusing, sort of, you know, mild experiences. But like, I saw this video of this guy describing his experience taking a huge dose, and he described it as like he went to this other dimension, and he was like at a table discussing the devil, having a conversation with the devil, and the devil explaining his actions. Just, you know, and he says it was like as real as, you know, you or I would be in a room, you know, face to face.
On mushrooms or something stronger?
On mushrooms, on a substantial dose of mushrooms. So it seemed really scary, you know, like, but he basically talked about going to another dimension. Part of me wants to do this.
Prone to exaggeration, because that sounds unlike any other testimony of that type I've ever heard.
Well, okay, it's called hold on, it's called it's like the church. It's in Oakland. It's like the Church of Mushrooms or the Church of Psilocybin. I'll find the name, but you can look. I'll send you the link. I'll find the video for it, and you can watch it yourself. He describes, it's like a 20-minute video. He describes going through the ladder of different dosage levels of mushrooms, starting with a very small up until, I think there's like a heroic dose, and then there's like the mega dose or something like that, where it's like over 10 grams, you know? And it's some of the most interesting storytelling you'll ever hear, you know? I don't know. I'm fascinated. That's why I asked you how much, if you remembered what dosage you'd ever taken.
I don't think it's good to talk about that publicly, is my point.
Okay, but did you have an experience like that where you were sort of
absolutely not
talking to the devil? Oh, anyway.
There's a dependent arising with your own subconscious beliefs, so any experience on anything really is partially projected.
Yeah, but that's not... Okay, he's not alone. And like, a lot of people that have taken these big doses have talked plainly about interacting at length with these sort of interdimensional beings, you know, really out there shit.
I mean, I've heard of this from DMT. I have no clue if it's legit. I've never done, no intention to do it, so I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, Ellie, you got to write an essay. You report back to us next week. Write an essay.
Well, I'm interested in doing that, but I don't want to do something that's going to be too disruptive. It sounds like an experience like that can be really life-changing and disruptive.
Write an essay about
in
it.
a way that,
Share it
well,
with
I'd
Luke,
have to
Luke and his
experience it
writing
first.
club.
I don't
But do it-
recommend to do it because if you have any doubts, they'll follow you into the experience. But to expect to get
Yeah,
those
that's right.
effects
So I'm
from
trying.
taking a heroic dose is a bit ridiculous. Like the most I've ever seen is some girl who did not, frankly, have very developed ego. It was basically screaming. He was like, ah, and I'm pretty sure it's because she had a crush on my friend.
Well, yeah, it's going to take you into your deeper psychological level. So if you have a lot of repressed fears and traumas, I'm sure it could sort of.
Well, what if there's just
unearth
nothing
that.
there,
You
right?
could-
What if there's nothing? What if there's nothing to recede into?
Well, the subconscious. I mean, there's always something there. There's always.
For you, but you can't speak for
Yes.
others.
Well, I mean, theoretically,
Well,
universal
most
humanism,
people
everybody has a
have.
subconscious. Everybody has repressed memories. Everybody has desires that they desires and thoughts that they usually don't let you leave the subconscious.
So, dude, are you gonna fly out to San Francisco and we'll get Luke and the three of us will do just like a massive like mushroom bender?
God forbid, no. I mean, like we're old men now. Saying
Yeah.
like, I mean, you're just gonna write essays now, and like our party days are well behind us. Like
No, but this wouldn't be a party, Luke.
We're lucky to have a handful of people even interested to hear our boring stories. I mean, like you should be a father sitting around a table, like our own children,
I know.
embarrassed of our own stories, like let alone to have an audience of a handful of people interested to hear our boring stories. Like I'd rather be at a dinner table telling my kids these stories.
Well, I am very interested in taking a large dose of mushrooms, and it's definitely on the agenda. But I'm trying to stabilize my life a bit before I do that. Right?
You want to blend it into a delicate powder, and prepare a slightly acidic fruit drink, heavy on yogurt.
Now, at least I have a few minorly interesting stories. But like no, I'd rather been sitting around with a family and telling things to my kids that I don't have because I made dumb decisions. So like like Luke or Ellie, like okay, and like okay, the city there's a lot of old bachelors and saying like that it's related even to God forbid desirous of promiscuous behavior, but not. I would rather settle down and have a family than
well, maybe
do
mushrooms.
these experiences, and they're not conducive. Like doing mushrooms or whatever, it's not conducive to the goal of building up a family.
It might be because you could pray to the mushroom gods and say, look, I just really want to know, I'm standing in my own way with regards to this goal that I have, and I would like it to be revealed to me how I can get out of my own effing way.
Exactly right. So, Jen, let me tell you exactly like some practical applications of mushrooms. After my first little mini mushroom experience, I started swimming in the ocean, in the freezing ocean, shortly after. Like I just got over this psychological block of me being able to withstand the cold water, right? And then I just sort of realized that, I was the one in my way of being able to make that decision. So I decided that, it was a decision that I would never have made without it, right? Because I had wired my brain shut in a particular way, and mushrooms opened up that particular door. So I know it's small potatoes, but Jen's point is real, Doooovid, that mushrooms could be the bridge to taking you where you want to go. They're not going to literally take you there, but they might unlock some sort of psychological obstacle that's preventing you from getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure it has some effect, but it's not the goal or direction I'm trying to move with my life. So like now I could even go to a store and legally buy them here, and it just doesn't it's not, like it's saying that
What
that's
are
the
you
reason.
afraid of?
I'm not afraid. I just think it's not the direction I'm trying to move in my life. And I think it's likely to cause my life to move further in the direction. Like my biggest regret that I didn't find the right woman. I don't have a family, and I
So
think
maybe
that's
the reason is because you haven't done mushrooms yet, and it's legal there. So I'm just saying, what's the worst that could happen? Basically, I'm not. I mean, I hate to think of myself as telling this to you, but
well, probably not that bad. I mean, they legalized it, so I mean, it's probably minimum. Like I mean, it just became legal here, so it's probably determined that it's minimum consequences. I
well,
wouldn't
if you
even be.
decide, if you change your mind, I will volunteer to sit with you on a meet when we don't have to stream it, and I'll just hang out for your trip.
Although I'm trying to remember, I think it was my mushroom experience that induced me to write those essays back like 15 years ago.
There you go, bro. There you go.
And
Yeah,
like
I'm
then it was
surprised you don't want to
random. Like no
dabble
one
again
asked me.
to go back into that vibe of creating.
I did it completely. Like I shared it with a handful of people, but I did it completely myself and like edited it and went over it a bunch of times. You're just complete self motivation from an induced drug experience. God forbid.
I just muted Elliot because there's people complaining that he's making so much noise there. So
Sorry, I was reheating a little food here. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so that's. I mean, God forbid, like youth is fleeting, and you make good, poor decisions in your youth, and you have to live with it. And okay, so that you're an old man now, and so you got to make good decisions. It's okay. I mean, mushrooms not the end of the road if that's what you want to do, but it's certainly not the direction I'm moving in.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to twist your arm. I'm just throwing it out there. It's on my agenda. Let's put it that way, though.
Those things are best done with supervision or with peers. And I think, like, I forget
I
what they call them.
supervised someone once on peyote over the internet, so I wouldn't mind supervising you on mushrooms. I'd probably enjoy that quite a bit.
Well, I mean, you're probably better off with a, in real life friend to supervise you.
Yeah, at high doses, you're supposed to have a minder, just in
And
case.
even if it's psychedelic, I mean, like if it's like,
It's not.
well, if it's like cocaine or weed, you don't need you might like health wise, something God forbid you're gonna have a heart attack or something, God forbid. But because if you're having psychedelic mushrooms, you want someone there with you in case you something goes wrong with your mind. Not like you're going to be need to. I don't think they're. I don't think that they're dangerous. Like you'd have to worry about having to go to the hospital or something like that, or some sort of like heart attack, God forbid. But you affect your mind where you want someone that you could trust to be there for you. I mean, internet's better than nothing, but if you have someone there,
Trust me,
IRL.
you don't want to be with someone with who's not on mushrooms when you're on mushrooms, in my opinion. And that's just asking for trouble. It's just not that strong a drug. I mean, unless we're talking about some different kind of mushrooms, I'm just saying, I don't think it's.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you want to wrap up, and or you have anything
Moral
else you want to
Outrage
say? You
Prophet
could
says
stay on.
mushrooms works like a waveform, Doooovid. We didn't even get to the topic of the show, which was my list of things, but I don't know. I mean, we can put that to next week if we just end up in this side chat with Elliot.
Yeah. I've got to wind up and do a few errands before I go to bed here. All right. Well, Jen, I'll send you that link on Facebook, and you can have a gander at it, and we can pick up the conversation later.
Oh my God, it was great catching up with you, and look forward to the next one.
Okay, very good. Talk soon.
Thanks for talking to us.
Yep, thanks. Thank you, Doooovid. Talk to you later.
Yes, thanks for stopping by. Nice catching up.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
So anyway, people can check out my thingy if they want on my blog, Reno, and yeah, the idea is to have it be something that is unilaterally self-referential. Does that make sense at all, or? Well, I can screen share the thing. Doooovid, you still there?
Oh, you got down. Okay. Yeah, so your tentative. Yeah, so maybe we'll look more at it next week. And, you know, I was recommending that you, I mean, it's something. So you like, you know, definitions or whatever. It's something, you know, but moving into like an actual essay paper, form that you know, I was saying like, you know, thesis statement that you would, you maybe work on, you know, the outline thesis statement and structuring around it like an argument that you're trying to put forward an argument and it's logically flows in some sort of argument structure because you have a thesis, like, you know, that something you're trying to, an idea you're trying to advance, and then you could structure it around that order.
Right.
Or else it, you know, could kind of just be, you know, the failure to communicate, failure to reach the audience with, and saying if you make it clear to, to the intended audience recipients of what your intention is, what you're trying to do, that, you know, you're trying to forward an argument to, convince people of so and so, and then you structure it in a certain manner. So, you know, having this is a good start. You know, so if you just work on what is your thesis, and then organizing it around a logical order to how do you introduce your thesis, what background information do you have to, you know, give to get into your thesis, and then, what are the main supporting arguments of your thesis, and, you know, then conclusion. So just like, you know, basic, writing 101.
Well, it is, I've got the color displayed now, and the yellow is terms that are primitive. So that basically means that they're operator input controlled. They, to the degree that they're defined, which is somewhat vaguely, they can be defined by the operator. They can have a variable definition. Not that variable. So the primitives are in yellow, and then the operators are in green. And an operator is an operator because it corresponds to something actually happening to a waveform, a physical process, i.e., there's 3 + 1 physical processes per waveform per order of magnitude as a limit. And basically what I'm saying is that this is a way to decompose systems, but it doesn't really comprise a unified field model because on its own, it's not really that, I don't want to say it's unintelligible, but it's too vague to be a unified field model. Like you get this sense of I guess what I'm trying to convey is that with a unified field model, it should almost be self-evident, or there's a perception that it ought to be self-evident, and I guess I'm arguing against that.
Well, once you have a clear thesis, it's easier to, and you say, okay, you already have quite a few
I'm
pages.
saying
Like,
that, our consciousness is reversing the directional flow of something natural. And so to understand the natural flow unimpeded by our own consciousness is perhaps impossible, but at the very least, extremely difficult.
so I mean, if you're coming to like a 10, 20-page essay, even, that you're still going to have a thesis, and you're going to have your supporting arguments to the thesis. But in order to give those arguments, you have to explain certain concepts and precursors, and then you have to look how are you going to structure that. And if it's going to be like a 10-page paper, and if it's not in like a scientific paper format, like a regular paper format,
The
where you
shorter it
might
is, the less intelligible it is. It appears to be a trend.
where you might have sections, and then you might have like even a few page section where you're really just explaining concepts that
And that's the thing,
only
I
science.
can't do that. Eventually, I just have to appeal to intuitive primitives. And the question just becomes, well, out of the set of things that could be primitive, what are the most intuitive ones? And so I guess that is partially the argument I'm making, is saying the things highlighted in a yellow would be the most intuitive relative to what could be intuitive in such a framework, which is already not that intuitive due to it being so technical. It's sort of a calculation versus computation dichotomy breakdown.
I mean, you could try maybe just a single essay on a subtopic on
Well, that's the
you
point
just
of the blog. Well, part of it anyway is to do that, is to
yeah, but almost
articulate
none of
those
those are
sub
in
parts.
essay form. And I mean, some of them do, but they have like a thesis and support, structure, conclusion, like just the basic essay structure. Thesis, supports, conclusion.
It just doesn't have that structure. Like you're saying, a thesis is like
Yes,
like
I mean you could practice with any one of these points that you could put in the basic essay format. Introduction, thesis, support, conclusion.
sure. And I'm saying it doesn't lend itself to that type of decomposition. It's an explanation as to why that type of decomposition only works for certain classes of assertions.
I mean, basically anything could fit that format. I mean, to some extent, it's just basic prepositional logic. Like
Yeah, so you're
idea.
saying everything can be broken down according to classical logic, and I'm going to say, well, what about, the four
Anything
corners
could,
logic contradicts it, and it's like it's going to be that. I don't want to come to that standstill with you.
I mean, there's a standardized format for writing an essay, and even a scientific technical topic
And
could
any
have.
type of essay is not going to do what the system is justice. So it would have to be an essay as to why an essay won't do it justice. Okay? So that was sort
Well,
of the idea with, well, that you can't have a super intuitive unified field model because your intuitions are based on counteracting in some very fundamental way the natural flow of energy.
yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to. You really just avow yourself to the process to make progress. And so if that's the structured format of like an essay, um, that is what it is. You have to avow yourself to the process to be able to communicate. You could keep on giving excuses, but like at the end of the day, you're not going to make progress until you avow yourself to the process.
Of putting something in a thesis, whatever. I mean, I don't even know what you're asking,
In
to
the
be honest.
accepted format, I'm saying, I mean, you just make yourself sound dumb because it's really just writing 101.
Well, this is for Kurt Jaimungal, so I don't know why you're making it out to be like it's something that it isn't.
That's your motivation, though. Okay, you're doing this like to talk to in the thing that to me, it doesn't
Yeah,
even make
that's the
sense
point, is to talk
what
to
you're saying,
Kurtzheim
because
to have definitions that are not something that are going to cause confusion when people go to look them up,
it's
but also have
conversational. Like, you're preparing for something in a way that he's going to be controlling, not you.
potentially, and yeah, I'm trying to plan for all of the outcomes, but I want something that at a glance, when I use the term, at least there's a list somewhere that can be broken down back to a small list of primitives as to what it is I'm referencing. When terms become vague, like consciousness, self, and mind, are necessarily vague as they're defined subjectively.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like Elliot in like your instruction manual that you have to, and even instruction manual has the basic essay format of your writing an instruction manual to your definitions, like how you have to write instructions to people to how to use this, and the instructions will basically follow the
The
standardized
structure
format.
is self-evident because it's a metaphysical. It has metaphysical primacy. Everything is derived from prior constructs.
Yeah, and the point is, I mean, if you're doing it for yourself, fine, but if you want other people to be able to use it, you're saying that you would be able to write instructions to other people how to use what you put forward.
There's a principle that when you write stuff down, your chances of misunderstanding increase. So, the whole worrying about being, to the letter of the law is always on my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like a poor excuse. And like, no, I mean, no one understands what you're talking about, and you can't even really get anyone other than me to even talk to you about it, and that. So I don't see how writing something down is going to make it worse. Just sounds like a bad excuse.
Because it makes it more real, and it makes it a lot easier for people to run off on their own and try to do something with it that may be not good or might be against the principles. And the less said, the less can be misinterpreted. I'm not saying this is the case for all things, but it sometimes, clearly, if there's a high probability, like if nobody can understand when I explain it in words without writing it down, why would writing it down change anything? Like, I'm basically thinking I should write it down once it's at the point where, when I explain it in words, the explanations are uncontested. That's my expectation, and obviously unrealistic, but there you go.
Yeah, I'm saying the default hypothesis is that you're not actually onto anything. You don't actually have anything to explain. So, I mean, what you're hiding is the fact that you don't actually have anything to explain. And so
The Claire-Kahn hypothesis?
the burden of proof is on you that you actually have some useful information to convey, and then you go through some method towards making yourself understood. Well, just the normal default skepticism. You say you have something useful, and it's like, well, I'm skeptical. And you're saying, like, I it's so useful, I can't even tell you what it is. And so you're saying it's reasonable and even expected, and maybe even positive to be skeptical. So, like, of course, like, people are skeptical of you, obviously.
So you see entertaining arguments on their merits as something of an antiquated notion? Daryl brings up a great point. Analysis. No, it leaves the door open to your falsely misinterpreting that you understand. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. Maybe it's a risk you're willing to take. But why would I take that risk when I'm the one with the duty to defend these teachings here and their honor? I'm happy to apply it, and I want to. It's just a question of like, if I apply this twice, okay, here's what it reminds me of. It's the elephant thing. You know, the metaphor where everyone's the blind man touching the elephant. How many lights do I need to cast on this elephant before I make my point? And
Why
that's
is
where
it you're skeptical that you actually have any teachings to defend?
I don't have anything new to
Or
say.
what
It's
you're defending is that you don't actually have anything.
Levels of irony not thought possible here. If you write it down, it's not up for interpretation at all. See, this is the difference between the perception of understanding and actual understanding. If you can read something and memorize it, that's not the same as actually understanding the mechanism associated with it, aka the thing you need to understand to apply it. So to put that in an essay, it would be a persuasive essay, which was sort of where this idea about, well, I just argue that a unified field model, in the sense that we're intuitively identifying it, can exist, and try to establish a quasi-intuitive proof or demonstration as to why that is a fact.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to call it a week. If you want to keep on talking to whoever's listening, feel free.
What'd you think of the conversation with Elliot?
I mean, it was minimally interesting. I'm not I'm more purpose driven, so it was a nice conversation, I guess. But yeah, I'm not such a conversationalist anymore. I'm more purpose driven. Even like this repetitive stuff with you is getting tiring on me. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong. It was an interesting, fine, pleasant conversation.
Well, if you want to, do the show less frequently, that's fine. We can do it once a month instead of once a week if it's too much. Like, I really enjoy this. I'd be fine to like literally go through this entire Word document term by term right now. But it's cool. If you're not into it, I don't want to push that on you.
Wait, I mean, you don't need me
I'm
here
sure
to do
Gerald
that.
here will help me out.
Yeah, you don't need me here to do that. And so that's if so, feel free. And
Well, unless you want to entertain what it is that I'm saying, which it doesn't seem like you want to, you need some other abstract thing that hasn't happened yet before you can decide whether you can even consider what it is I'm saying. That's what it seems like to me, which is, that's up to you, but it just seems really weird.
well, I don't even know if you're saying anything. Saying if you're just like I have a bunch of dictionaries, saying that if you're adding something, so like um if you have something, like say it, I'll watch it back, and maybe I'll learn something. It's like if you have something, say it. If you don't, um, you don't. You keep trying, back to the drawing board. So if you got an audience to hear you out, go for it. And I'm going to try to write at least a brief essay on the multiple truth hypothesis this week. And I'm going to look at that science of consciousness.
I
guess
honestly think you should try to make a diagram of your memory technique. Writing about MTH is a lot harder than it seems like it is. Like those last few essays on my blog, they took like 10 times longer than I thought they would.
I think I'll be able to pound out an essay in a few hours this week on MTH. I'm not so worried about it.
Great. Well, I can't wait to see it. And I look forward to. So are you going to do any work revising your original essay? Or do you think it's just fine as it is?
On the music?
Yeah.
Well, I see if anyone reads it, if anyone got anything from it. Maybe I'll try to reach out to that guy John David Ebert to talk with him about it, since he's an expert in Joseph Campbell. So, I mean, really, like, I guess I wrote it for other people, and if there's no demand for other people, so it's kind of a waste to write. But it's just so the activity, like be active, move towards something. So yeah, at this point, I don't even think there's no demand to read anything that I write. So I'm not sure.
Dog is asking for the link to the essay. So there's at least one person who'd like to read it.
Well, if you want to put it in the description, I'd have to go onto my other computer to do it. It's linked on my Twitter.
Wesley Coleman wants to know what MTH is. I feel like we've talked on one of these channels before, but maybe not. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
I have all these videos, so it's on my Twitter. It's the if you want to put the link to that in the description of the review to the essay, maybe that's a good idea. And so next week, I have these videos on multiple trips, but I'll try to write like a few page synopsis and try to do that for next week. And actually, I'm going to see if that Science of Consciousness conference, if it has a chat. I think if it doesn't have a chat, it's probably just a waste of money. Like if it's just a live watch a video that in a few months will be put out, then I think it's a waste of money just to see the video. If there's a
Being a
chat,
negative Nancy is not a good use of our energy either. It's not going to make people want to hang out with us.
well, I'm not looking for anyone to hang out with me.
If we're doing a post stream, yeah, that's kind of hanging outy, even if it is purpose driven.
Why?
Not
Why?
mutually exclusive.
Why I'm saying that if there's, well, it's just a waste of money. They say I got to see if there's a chat. There may not even be a chat. So if it's just a video link, if I'm just paying $300 for a video link to see the video live, it's probably not worth it if there's not some sort of live chat or like Q&A. And so I'm going to look to see, because I'm like, maybe because there's not going to be a chat and it's just going to be a live stream. So you got to pay $300 for a live stream of the video, and that's all it is.
That
And
attitude, you need to check that attitude at the door. We
not
need
an attitude.
positive
It's a
Patty.
factual thing. I'm saying it's a waste of money. There's no chat. I'm not giving an attitude and saying if there's no chat, it's a waste of money, and I'm not going to waste the money. If there's a chat, I'll probably do it, but I got to look. I'm not even sure if there's going to be a chat. It could just be that it's just a video feed, and that's all it is. And so for that, it's a waste of money because they're going to post it anyways in a few months. So it's I shared the link at the beginning of the like 150 pages. Maybe I'll even ask or something. I'll try to read, but I was just thinking about that it could just be a link to the video and that's all it's going to be, and like just sitting on a Zoom call watching a video is probably
My
boring.
guess is it's going to be a lot like an IRL conference. So plenary talks, panel discussions, and sometimes they do open it up. My guess is they'll have private chats open for questions that the people will pick from.
Well, I don't want to guess. I'm paying $300, so I want to check. I'm going to look at that, and so I think if they don't have it, I think it's going to be a waste of money, because I'll just watch the videos like I usually do when they come out. So like if they do have it, if they do have like a chat, which I would assume they will, but I don't know, then I'll probably sign up for it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying it's the only reason to sign up for it. It's the chat.
Well, yeah, because they're going to release the videos in a few months anyways, and like I even watch stuff in 2-speed. So if there's no chat, there's a minimal benefit.
Yeah.
And just a waste of money. $300, not cheap. It's like $300 for. I mean, it is, I guess.
Well, thank you so much for paying for it. I really appreciate it. And
I didn't pay for it yet. I said I'm going to find out. I was saying that if there's no chat, I'm probably not going to pay for it, because like I'm against wasting money.
Good plan.
But
that might be the thing that sort of tips the balance, is that phone call.
Is the what?
I said it might be the thing that tips the balance.
I mean, I don't know if you want to email them, and I think they had a link.
I'd be making a phone call for something like that, but I don't mind doing that.
Okay, maybe on Facebook I'll message you the thing. I don't think they had a phone number. I think they had someone to email to, and just to ask them if there's going to be a live chat or Q&A. Otherwise, I probably think it's a waste of money, at least for me. That and I mean, are you going to watch like 8 hours a day of just a video
I'm
feed?
sorry, but scheming for a bunch of time together in an e-conference to me is, I mean, what's the better use of my time? Sorry, it's hard to beat.
Wait, you're gonna watch 8 hours a day of just a video feed if there's no chat?
If it's you and me hanging out, sure, and possibly having a private convo. Obviously, that's another condition with the attendees. Want to have that.
Well, I said we messaged on
feel?
Facebook, but I said that's saying I don't think if there's no chat, it's probably minimal benefit derived from it. If there's a chat, then maybe it'll be added benefit, then probably worth it. But so I'll look at those links and I'll send them to you, and maybe you could email and ask them, and then make sure also that I mean, it looks like that the $300 includes 2 links also. So if you want to, but so to say, like Elliot reading the instructions, that the instructions weren't clear. So hopefully tomorrow I'll email you.
My
about
only
that.
request is if my job title has to be given, I want it to say attaché with an E accent aigu on the last E.
No, just a name and an email. I saw the form. It's just a name and an email. So I looked on the form where you actually pay, and then I would pay, and then it said you could add a name and an email of your colleague.
All right. Well, I hope we can make that work and get a benefit. So looking forward to it. How many days is it? 3?
I think it might even be 5 days. It might be all week, 4 or 5 days, the 18th to the 22nd. So it's basically
Have you had a Zoom conference before?
Well, I'm on Zoom calls all the time.
Yeah, but have you had an actual Zoom conference event?
Well, that I paid for?
It doesn't matter, but have you been on one? A Zoom call and a Zoom conference aren't the same thing.
I guess so. I was on.
Like, a Zoom conference has a bunch of different booths and stuff. It's awesome. It's not just a Zoom call.
Oh yeah, I mean they should have that, and I'm assuming there's going to be a chat. And just saying, like, just in case there's not, then it's probably a waste. I think then it's probably not.
I'm saying there's probably going to be multiple chats, but yeah, let's not belabor the point here. I think it'll be good.
Okay, so to waste more time. So I'll sign off, and I'll message you tomorrow about that.
Hello. All right, so yeah, it's tough to know sometimes where to start with things. Certain points, I don't want to have to go back and correct something from years back. And I don't know what words to use because I don't know the sense in which the words are being used, and that takes a while, especially when there's learning going on, to know the sense in which words are being used, which informs pedagogy, namely on the level of traction. So I was straining really bad. I don't want to say I was looking at it on this scale, but I was zoomed out as much as possible because it's so hard to even make sense of it without looking at it in its entirety. So I've got this color code, and the operators You can see there's no operators past page 2 out of 4.5 pages. So we'll say again, it's intended as a, it's self-referential in the most useful way and generally unilateral from the physical to the abstract. We have two things. We have the abstract to the physical, that's the laws of physics, and then the physical to the abstract. How do we deduce what's the best way to understand things based on already knowing laws of physics? So this was just something that I wanted to put out there, and these are definitely things that have been on the back burner for a while. And the idea is to have definitions that are consistent, but also not too rigid. Because anything too rigid can break. Seems like, well, how could this apply to something on a paper? Well, it does. So what comprises the blue parts is intended to be as operator input controlled as meaningfully possible. Or there's like a bunch of different end problems, boundary problems, binding problems, and so forth, like vague. Something can be true, but then it's vague. And when it's vague, it's imprecise. When it's imprecise, it's not accessible. So there's a bit of a trade-off with precision and degree of a perceived accuracy. Actual being like somehow complementary to actual accuracy, which is quite a counterintuitive notion. So this simultaneous consideration of multiple aspects of conscious, be they the sensory inputs we actually do want, and even the feelings that may not be distracting in the pursuit of knowledge, versus the tricks, the vestigial, oh, look, it's a whatever. Oh, no, it's just a bush. Whatever. All right, so start with, what are we looking at for primitives? These are the ones that really don't have much. Normally, when I refer to primitives, I would say there's almost no meaningful operator input control. Like, take something like self-mind consciousness, that trichotomy. There's very little in the way of meaningful permutation because the concepts are vague, but also possess a rich fractal tapestry of information resonating out from that initial structure. Okay, so all that to say that asterisk, this looks more operator input control-y than it really is. But you do want to be able to switch the inside from the outside. It's a basic model that acknowledges the simplest boundary embedded in 3+1 dimensional causality is a bubble type thing. So what is a bubble? Well, it's a finite boundary that separates an inside from an outside. Then if you start to go into these topological concepts, there's a greater degree of variability, operator input control as to what distinguishes the inside from the outside, get into different ways of understanding, complement this idea that is much, goes way back to earlier notions of set theory. So I should probably just do a separate stream of this, but given the fact that I may not do anything due to getting pulled into something else, I'll just quickly run through this 5 pages. So I don't know if anyone is really following any of this stuff, but I have my basic school, non-dualism. And this would be a way to frame dualism relative to computation. And that's why you've got a primitive as dualism in the very first or second section here. So anytime you can create something that separates the inside from the outside, well, there's your dualism. That's your boundary. And a process change. So ultimately, what are we doing in physics? We're accounting for changes, mostly motion. Static arrays tend to be limit points of motion. How do we establish that? Well, what ought to be a static array, the absolute zero state, is unobservable. So it's really just for all intents and purposes, a theoretical construct. And you can demonstrate this notion to yourself by saying, well, if I wanted to observe absolute zero, let's say it exists, and I want to convince myself it exists, I got to measure it somehow. Well, I measure it, I'm interfering with it. And then it's just not even possible to know what even happened. What does the measurement actually represent when it is the product of interference with the system alone? You're kind of into this. That's why I was suggesting to look at the Nyquist effect through samplers to show that, well, there's a domain where it's not there's a very bad representation of this signal due to sampling effects in theory. The whole idea here being that we want to parameterize the system in a way that in theory doesn't interfere with itself. And so this is where these arguments come out, where we have to reduce the number of numerals to either 4 or 5, whether you're counting using circles or dots. I don't want to go too much back into that, but some problems are only problems because of framing. And if we can get rid of a lot of things that are in the way of a deeper understanding through very polite reframings, I think it will push quantum computing forward quickly. Anyway, I didn't put an explanation in it, but it's just part of the process. And, going as fast as I can, doing the best I can. All right, so we have to be careful with this word arbitrary. Arbitrary and random and like just whatever the hell I want, not the same thing. Arbitrary means it's done by an arbiter. So just like you can build a machine of any size, in theory, you're arbitrating the size. So the idea is on what level are the natural processes, quote, arbitrated, if they can be said to be arbitrated. All right, so waveform, we've been over this a bunch of times. We are looking at quantum as being a general definition that fundamentally refers to things existing as indivisible wholes. That's a quantum. Irreducible complexity, also quantum. And another thing that goes hand in hand with this is the notion of a state-wise transition. Going upstairs, you're either on stair 1 or stair 2. There's no intermediate stair. You're either at the hydrogen or the helium step. Nothing in between. Okay. And why is this important? Well, the way this is currently understood is not really as actual finite entities. It's more of a continuous distribution wave function that, due to a failure to resolve the the issue is reconciling the normalization and renormalization conditions with the structure, mathematical structure approximating quantum reality itself. And by understanding that, there's reality admits this waveform decomposition, and the more saturated the consciousness, the more it actually admits this waveform decomposition. All right, so observation, this is the one where we are just using basically what was in the Copenhagen interpretation to the best of my ability. So they're saying is collapse of the wave function, which we are replacing with reduction of the wave form. And for every reduction, there is not an equal and opposite amplification. At most, an equal and opposite amplification. It's possible to get an equal and opposite amplification. That's your time crystal. But it's at most. And so a reduction and amplification isn't just a pure period transition that you can approximate as a wavelength. It's a single reduction followed by up to an infinite series, not in real infinite, but theoretically infinite series of corresponding amplifications, and then reductions and amplifications, and basically understanding perturbations of a boundary as a combination of reductions and amplifications. And so we have this center, which can be altered to some extent. I mean, why not have a time varying center? Why not have whatever? All right, so that's that. Thank you, Dog Pluto, for filling us in. I couldn't ever see myself doing that, but thanks for sharing. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to say before Doooovid got off that I forgot, but I think he's still in the chat there. So redemption arc, is that like part of the hero's journey, the redemption arc, or is that something different? Because the redemption arc is kind of like a sleaze bag becoming mediocre. Like, I don't know if there's actually ever a hero part of it. So the next thing, so the way I've broken this down is to create one boundary is less energy, to create two is less than to create three, and so on and so forth. So there ought to be a weight associated with the instantiation of boundaries such that the model remains close enough to reality, which abides by the least action principle. So a substance, almost no definition there, almost nothing. You can say nothing. And then we have a thought or a self-interaction. And then a signal transmission, which is an abstraction to the extent that it is requiring something to travel between things understood as separate. And we get, can understand people want to really argue against the non-dualists, right? Well, how dare you make a distinction? Like, how dare you, Well, the whole idea is that, yeah, you do make those distinctions, but they're qualified, and by being qualified, they're better quality. Because in this vague, there is a vague nebulous region, but it's not in the wrong segment of your understanding. Again, accurately qualifying expertise, super important theme. Come back to that a lot. Hopefully on the show. Okay. Let's see what's next. So next we've got this signal transmission. So this is when you're starting to have an inter self, aka thing sufficiently distinguished as to have its own center, inter self effects, aka it's possible to transmit signals and have that actually mean something, i.e. every single centralizing structure isn't indistinguishable. Well, it is a model, right? Yes, it's a model. We get that. That's fine. But it's the primary deviation of the model. So it's going to have a greater degree of accuracy, but it's also going to be more vague. And that's one of the principles, that there's this trade-off. Almost like it's a signal processing effect. Uncertainty principle. Okay, so this just goes on. Emission, absorption, and transmission. Very straightforward. Very important here to distinguish between data and information. And the reason I'm distinguishing it this way is that it forms a spectrum. Because when I say information, I am actually referencing the form in the sense that the geometry of a system can semi-accurately be represented mathematically. And we can change the mathematical representation of form, understand that it's geometry. It's the closest thing to what is meant by form, which admits a certain degree of operator input control, but again, only to the extent that you can work with that concept. And then I have a definition for coherence. And this is important if people want to see this sort of failure of communication that comes out of not having these terms defined well enough. You can have a look at my conversation with the logical, probable, whatever. And it was all about whether DNA was a code and so on and so forth. And I mean, what does that mean? Really, let's actually qualify that, because it really doesn't. I mean, is DNA a code? I could kind of see myself taking either side of that and being pretty convincing. All right. So transmissions, great. Not too complicated. Very subtle distinction between mind and self here, but super important later on. And now we come to something that already is pretty much well understood by physics, state transitions. That's something you see a lot in quantum, is also fairly well explained in thermo, which is really nice. Yeah, Titan says it's not a code. It's like you could argue it's a code if you just want to look at the Gattaca type breakdown of it. But then you have to define a code, and you're going to have a hard time defining any term. And this is supposed to deal with the issues associated with the self-referentiality of definitions by having reasonable doors open, but also a unilateral structure. So when we're into state transitions, we've got composition, superposition, fixation, space-temporality. And these things are switchable, you can alternate between them. The basic premise is to make it a lot easier to make simulations based on photons, because there's a better intuitive understanding of photons, but also understanding that there's a real limit to how well we can understand photons, because our own processing is itself photonic. So you come up with these models that swerve around the disasters of self-reference on the level of consciousness to the point, yeah, so notice we don't really have too many references to consciousness here, and possibly no references to it, because everything has just been broken down in a torsion fields. Oh, a DNA is a template, not a code. When we start making distinctions like that, you're into the distinction between how intention becomes thoughts and then speech. And that's basically the hard problem of consciousness. So it's a bit of an intuition off, and then appeals to what are usually incorrect arguments in order to support a misinterpretation from an incorrect perception. All right, so state transition is basically about space temporality. That's the main thing. Computation is when you're moving into building machines. And that's another place where we're getting flubbed up. I think it's this presupposition that math is somehow this stupid idea that math. I mean, I can see why people think it, but it's given the scarcity of these sporting evidence runs on math thing. Why haven't people reconsidered that? Just throwing it out as a presupposition, given how sort of bizarre and incorrect it seems to be, and how confusing it is, really. And we want as much correspondence between what we can observe in a lab and what's already existing in a dictionary. So that'll come out of understanding how consciousness leads to things like dictionaries. And so you've got a property. That's something that has an existence, at least in a language, in a dictionary. And then everything is relational to whatever properties are decided are relevant to eventually code with and then derive reasoning systems from. And then eventually see if, well, what is the actual... I'll be able to say why math and English aren't both languages. Like whatever English is, whatever math is, whatever it is we're calling math, they're like, if one's a language, the other one isn't, basically. So we'll go into more of that, but I'd love to hear people's feedback if there is any, if anything is either redundant or unclear or, I don't know, spelling errors. I'm not perfect, but this is the basic premise of words that I could draw from as a unique, what they call a basis in mathematics to describe at least physicality. And I've got an ordered union, which is it's not been defined before in math. Possibly it has, who knows? I mean, I haven't done much research in this domain, but we want something corresponding to what is pseudocode relative to code, because this is really not understood at all. Even something like recursion. I remember being taught that and just being completely confused. Not intuitive at all. Daryl says DNA is a car, but a car is capable of creating another car using itself as a blueprint. See, you can chase that rabbit down the hole, but ultimately you're looking at something that, if it's a code, it's unclear what it would mean to decode that. You want to be careful not to presume your own conclusions too heavily. And that's the whole art of this stuff, is to balance the ability to make measurements with very limited information, aka the problem of induction, but also not not get stuck in cheesy shit metaphor land where the ability to communicate is just severely impeded due to basically one's entire repertoire. It's just cheesy one-liners. We're looking to distinguish an interrelational structure versus the content of the nodes of the structure. And so there's very important, I guess you could call it a trichotomy, and that is thought, mind, and self. And those are all impersonal concepts. It's one of the most abstract models you can use. And once that's working for you, the rest of this stuff will fall into place faster. Like, oh yeah, you can see how that would be applied to that. And it doesn't just like kapow give you the knowledge just by reading the definition, but maybe my hope is to make it easier to intuit, quote, grok, cringy, like how much work it would take to get to, let's say, I don't know, 80% of expertise, if there is such a thing. Well, my approach to logic is super vague at this point. I'm just trying to get something that is at least intersystematically incompatible. Work in progress, but yeah, looking forward to any feedback that